Darling, it's me. Feel the wall.
That was great.
Yeah.
I noticed that when you sing, you're American as well.
Yeah, I thought I was just saying.
Maybe you should talk like Frank Sinatra. That should be your voice.
I have no idea what he sounds like. Singing voice.
Welcome.
Sing
Yeah.
Hey, you want to impress me? Say some R. Kelly.
I have no idea what you're saying. I'm so sorry.
What the fuck did he just say, David? What the fuck did that piece of shit joke, David? Seriously, I don't know if I heard that correctly. What you just fucking say?
Bounce, 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 bounce,
Yeah.
bounce, bounce, bounce.
Here you go.
Once I get you out the clothes,
Just make it.
Am I speaking it right? Am I saying it right?
Yeah,
give me that. Give me that.
Give me that. Do I piss on them now?
All right. Very good. Okay. It was okay.
It was. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I've disrespected your culture. I'm so sorry. I'm going in a week.
David liked it. You said hot and fresh out the kitchen. I saw him get hard as a rock over here.
Yes.
Stupid.
Or fresh out the closet for you.
Crump.
Give me that boo boo. Give me that pee pee.
You got it. Crump, before I let you go, because you're so interesting and from the other fucking side of planet Earth, tell me one more crazy thing about you or your life. One interesting thing that makes you think that you're different than everybody else. Maybe it's something embarrassing. Maybe it's something cool.
I can put both my legs up my feet.
Get the fuck out of here. This guy's a champ. This is a godsend. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I think that makes me gayer than you, Tony. But
I don't know what's harder, that or me. That's incredible, Crump.
thank you.
Crump, you came all the way from the other side of the world. I would like to present to you a large Kill Tony joke book. Very, very entertaining. That's the type of magic that happens. He came all the way from New Zealand to Austin, Texas, to see what comedy is like here. And look at that. Pulled out of a bucket. Let's keep the fun train moving along.
Tony, I thought you was gonna give him a golden ticket for putting his legs behind his head.
Oh my God. This guy's got to go jerk off real quick. Look at this guy. Your next comedian goes by the name of Thomas Leon, everybody. Here we go. We're rolling along smoothly tonight with three of the regulars. They're all on tour on Kim, David Lucas, and William Montgomery. This is the Kill Tony debut of Thomas Leon. That last guy was great. I wanted to have sex with him. I am a sex addict. Anyone else? Are you guys Christians? Make some noise for Jesus. That makes some noise for sex. I thought, what? It's a Jew back there. I read recently on Instagram, I'm going to drop this. I read recently on Instagram that sexual energy is healing energy. And I was like, thank God. I didn't give you herpes, I taught you boundaries. You guys don't have herpes? You are busy, aren't you? Okay. Yeah, that probably explains things. I was adopted. And being adopted is a lot like getting freaked for PE in middle school. Like you're just standing there like, I hope I'm next. The crippled kid's going? Okay. Oh, that's my time, right?
All right, I'm done. I promise. Thank you.
All right, very sad ending there, Thomas Leon. Is that my?
I'm happy about it. I'm happy.
Okay. All right, Thomas. Welcome to the show. This is your first time on. I remember if I saw the top half guitar on this show before.
I'm here.
Very, very interesting set. How long have you been a cult leader for?
I'm actually taking applications out back, so
I bet.
yeah.
Mostly out back is what I'm guessing. Indeed.
That's right.
Out back and in back, Thomas. Where are you from?
I came up in Nashville.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And now you live here?
I don't. I'm from here actually. I grew up here, moved to Nashville, started comedy, and I'm back because my grandpa died
Okay. When did your grandpa die?
about a week ago.
Grandpa died.
About a week ago.
about a week ago.
I don't get it.
Oh man, I wish Red Band knew real rap references. It would take him 6 minutes to find that on Spotify.
It's called Hot Nigga by Bobby Schmurda.
Yeah, Bobby Shmurda's in prison. I do believe the U is an asterisk in Shmurda. Something like that. Okay, Thomas Leon, let's talk about it. How did your grandpa die?
He was just old. He was diabetic and kept eating sugar.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus.
I should have tried having sex with him. He kept saying no.
Conskip, what designer drug did you take before coming on this show tonight?
He said,
Are you on Molly right now?
he said sex is healing energy. He should have healed his grandpa.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
I get it.
I love this. Thomas Leon.
Yeah.
The haircut of a girl making the walk of shame. You ever see that?
He looked like Kenny G.
Yeah.
You look like
That's hack at this point.
Kenny G-A-Y. That's not hack. See that? Yeah, add a little fucking juice to that.
Someone said I look like a gay Tarzan the other day. I was like,
Yeah, that's true. If you swang from dick to dick. See what I mean? You gotta add stuff. It's all about what words you say.
Yeah.
So, you were adopted. Is a note that I took during your set. What age did you get adopted at?
I was 13. So
Whoa!
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking deep. I mean, 5 more years, you're an adult.
I know, yeah.
So how was that? Were you in foster care until 13?
No, my stepdad was just like, we're done. And so I just started living with
He broke up with you?
Yeah.
Your
Yeah,
stepdad?
I saw my bags on the street and I was like, all right, this is the end of.
Wow, what happened there? What did you do? Did you misbehave?
Yeah, I was a bad boy.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He was just a bad dude, and I realized that if I ran outside while he was trying to hit us, that I was safe.
Oh, did he hit you? Oh, that's sad. Did he pull your hair out?
Only if I was good.
Oh, okay. Very good. I see what you did there. Look at the
We all never had stepdads. What's going on?
Thomas, what do you do for work?
I just do programming stuff. It's really awful. I make money doing software stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to do comedy full time.
I like that. How's that going for you? It's hard.
Comedy?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I have the video gear, so I'm recording for a guy, and so he takes me on the road,
Okay.
and so I'm getting in front of people, and that's way better than an open mic.
You're goddamn right. Yeah. It's important to do both, though. It's important to see where you stand, but it's all good.
Yeah, I'm banned from half the mics in Nashville.
Why would you be banned from half the mics?
I was in a fist fight with a faggot. Can I say that?
No.
I did it. He's not gay. He's not
You
gay.
can. I can.
Yeah.
You faggot. But you can't. I can and you can't. That's how this show
I'm
goes.
down for that. That's cool. Yeah. Anyway, I'm problematic.
Is he actually gay or are you just?
No, he's tried to cancel me. He told me I was a bad person and told no one to book me. And then at a mic, and so the next mic, I just hit him.
Wow. Did you sucker punch him or did you?
No. There was dialogue and then the fight.
What was the last thing you said before you punched him?
Take that.
Wow.
I'm just kidding. I didn't say.
Wow. I didn't realize you were in a Batman comic book from the 80s. How?
I'm kidding. I didn't. I don't know. I said, stop fucking with me. And he said, no one likes you. And that's my trigger word. So.
Oh, yeah. No one likes you. You're like, fuck you, stepdad. because like he punched me and then he said, "I'm never coming home again."
Something like that.
Thomas, what's your love life actually like? I believe that you're a sex addict. You give off the vibes. of a
No, I
sex
don't get
addict.
the vibe talk because I'm not good at closing, so it's like if there's a connection, I'm always like, I'm gonna go now. But I need love, really. I need to feel connection.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us about the last time. When was the last time you had sex with somebody?
I got my dick stuck about a week ago.
About a week ago. You gotta love it.
I was like my
Oh, Bobby Shmurda. No, it's not. It's like no. Orphan music isn't gonna save you on this one. Look up on this one. Look up Bobby Shmurda. It'll be worth it. Trust me. You're gonna. In fact, this should be a thing that you have in the. No, not about a week ago. Look up Bobby. S-H. No, there it is. There it is. Yep, that's it right there. Okay, now you're gonna have to go to I think 4 seconds or something.
Welcome. How are you?
No, it's too soon.
What up, Priority? Well, we didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway.
David knows. All right, so what were we saying? Oh, it's about a week ago. So you find out your grandfather dies and you just rape somebody immediately, right?
No. I mean, she wanted it more than I did. I knew it was bad.
Where'd you meet this girl at?
I don't want to say.
No, that's why this is a comedy show.
That's why I'm a sex addict, Tony.
All right, very good. So you were staying at a boutique hotel around the corner here somewhere?
No. There's a lady that runs a float tank in Nashville.
Get the fuck out of
Seriously,
here,
dude. Honestly, I've done a float tank 4 times. Every time I could do the full hour. I got my dick sucked this one time, and I was 5 minutes. I was I feel terrible. I have to get out of this place. I just felt guilty. I felt
You're hooking up with girls in the float
I
tank?
don't, not multiple, just the lady that works there.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, Thomas, very
It's not good, Tony.
I'm looking over. Red Band is looking up the lyrics for the song "Hot N-Word" by Bobby Shmurda. Here we
See it.
made it through. Where's it at? Yeah, I guess it really doesn't say it in the actual. Oh, there it is. Well, no, that's not it either.
That's why I didn't pull it up.
Huh? Shut the fuck up. You're not nice. Yeah, I know. What? You want to come down here and get beat up by a gay guy?
I'll fuck you up.
Take that. Yeah. Here it comes. I'm gonna punch you now.
Is it okay if I hit you?
Thomas, welcome to the show. Congratulations. Sorry about your grandpa. You got on a big what?
I'll take it, whatever.
You don't think you should?
I thought what's up? What?
Am I wrong about this?
No,
You're
that's
tiny.
a good time. Give me a sign. I'll take it.
There it is. Thomas Leon, everybody. I was gonna give him a big joke up there for a second, but then I called his stepdaddy to give him a small one. All right, back to the bucket we go. You guys having fun yet? Wow. All right, everything stop. Stop for a second. This is an emergency situation. I was going to give this guy a spot no matter what. Yet the bucket of destiny has played its hand once again. This guy was on this show for his very first time ever last week, and he did the absolute unthinkable. Remind you that we've done this live show in front of a live audience hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times and are coming up on our 10-year anniversary. Meanwhile, nobody ever in the history of the show has had an unbelievably killer set and a killer interview without ever saying a word. 0 words were said in the 60-second set. 1 word was said in the interview. I do believe it was good or something like that. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for an instant Kill Tony legend. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second set ever by Michael Malamud.
Holy shit. Let's do words this time. I'm for real, dude. I gotta, I had 2 gay dreams about, I'm straight as an olive branch, but I had 2 gay dreams about, and they were both about my best friend. That guy's the coolest. Who else? Who else would I choose to experiment with in my dreams? I'm not even gonna look at them until the fucking thing, you know? This is, I just gotta wait it out, man. Coming. Oh, it is coming.
There it is. Michael Malamud with it. Very interesting. Words this time, I wasn't expecting that. I have to be honest with you. I thought you were just going to ride the wave and see how long it could go. Honestly, better without words. Better without. I don't think you need them. If I was going to give any advice, I would say work out that thing. And I even noticed when you hit some quiet pauses like the laughter started, you sort of jumped on it with this whole I want to do jokes like everybody else thing that you did tonight.
You're fucking right.
I think you play a different instrument, though. I think your specialty is silence. It's unbelievable, the strength of your silence. Like right now, the way you're looking at me is hilarious. It's unbelievable. Everybody agrees. I don't even have to do jokes. All I have to say is, that's funny. Because it is. Why do you think your silence is so powerful and funny?
Cultivation, dude.
All right, cultivation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, practice.
Okay. All right. Now, Michael, we're talking now. Tell us more about you. Anything about you. Where are you from?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. How long have you been in Austin?
2 years. But before, I lived here for 3 years. I was doing comedy here for 3 years.
You started here?
Basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you started here and then you moved to Brooklyn. And you did it there for...
No. I'm from Brooklyn. I moved around a lot.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's what salamanders do. All right. So where else did you live?
Chicago.
Okay. What'd you do in Chicago?
Just had a girlfriend.
All right. Okay. Was she real?
Dude, you know, I'm actually not entirely sure. Yeah.
What do you do for a living, Michael? What does a guy that looks like you do for a living exactly, other than work at a head shop or grow marijuana?
I actually...
That's what I like to hear. Yeah, putting 20 in one is not that. I mean, it's good, but it's overkill. If you have 10 and 2, that's much better.
For a plumbing company.
Why don't you make? Is your computer at all slowing down?
All right. Okay.
Then make more, dude. Dude, make more, and then just try to make 40 or 50, and then have 10 in 5 different chats at once or Twitter Spaces at once, and your coin will go viral pretty quickly. Or at least it'll get some followers and people talking about it, like the first one.
All right. Yeah, I have a real problem. Yeah. Come out here and
You download an app called Macro Recorder, or a program called Macro Recorder.
Get the part board out of there. That's enough. It's not my fault. everything's backed up. Help me.
Yeah, I can teach you how to make it do that.
And where do you live?
If I feel safe giving you my address right away.
But
You haven't asked me any
create
questions
as many
about
accounts as you
or
can
anything
first.
Like that. And the name of this place is Plumbing and Air Conditioning. And the first thing you do is ask my address.
I'm so sorry, sir.
All right. I live at 44 San Jacinto.
44 San Jacinto. And is that in the zip code 77778?
Yes, it is. It actually is. You must have Google or something over there.
We sure do, sir. We have a GPS location.
Okay. All right. So what about these pipes, dude?
TikTok no longer works in the United States at all. It just closes on you after showing you this message.
A licensed service technician over to your home.
I love it. Let's do it. Come over. Hey, guy, hang up the. So, Michael, let's talk about it here because we found out that you had a girlfriend at one point. What's someone like you? What's like a romantic thing that you do when you're in a relationship with a girl? I'm interested to know.
Oh man.
You ever put like rose petals?
Oh, amazing. I'm an amazing boyfriend. No, I am. Women don't deserve me. No, I'm serious. I will like take inside jokes that they like and make a custom shirt out of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
that actually is kind of cute.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they love it.
Like, what's an inside joke shirt that you've made before?
Oh man. Okay.
Oh, you do this a lot.
This is no. This is gonna be super painful for them. This is bad.
Good.
But you know,
So you're about to say the N word right now? What's going on?
no. I saved that for open mics. I was talking. We used to go on dates together, like you do. And you know, she used to say that I was part of the Clean Plate Club, right?
You always finish your plate.
Oh, unreal.
That's something I already knew that about you, actually. I have the word tapeworm written here right next to your name.
Yeah, got it. And anyway, I just made her a shirt saying that she was the president of the CCC, the Clean Plate Club, CPP. Yeah. CPC.
Okay. The Clean Plate Club, that would be CPC. Yep. All right.
Actually, I'm wearing a shirt from her mom. She's my ex now, though.
Okay. That's sort of sad that you're still wearing stuff that her mom got you.
Yeah, same last week. I don't buy clothes.
Why'd you guys break up?
Just like a regular breakup.
Let me ask you this. Does the carpet match the drapes? I'd imagine your penis is completely covered by pubic hair. Below and above, just pubes everywhere and a very, very tiny penis in the middle of it. Am I close to right on this? This is the only show anywhere where you find out what the person's penis looks like.
You're right.
There's tons of pubes, right? Because why would you trim down there if the top looks like that, right?
Very predictable, yeah.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. Even D Madness knows you have a ton of pubic hair.
Dude, that was last week, in the middle of all that was happening.
Yeah.
I overthought in the cup that D Madness yelled something like, I don't even know what's happening. Because I was just silent.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Sorry about that.
And you
I try to be.
it was impossible to do what you did last week, this week. Let there be no question. You made the right move. But what I love about what we've learned about you this week is that you can take jokes really well, like that, the way you roll with it, smile with it, laugh. I think you're built for stand-up comedy, Michael Malama. Let there be no question. Please, what's the longest set you've ever done?
Like 12.
12 minutes. Right, man?
Would you like to open up the secret show Thursday?
Whoa, look at that. You already got one of these, right? Yep, there he goes. Michael Malamud, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
On to the next one we go. Back to the bucket. You guys want to pick one? You want to pick one? Hans Kim, digging into the bucket.
We got Brian Swinehart.
Oh, Brian Swinehart. I know this guy. I actually started stand-up comedy with him 16 years ago. 15 years and 10 months ago. Here he is, Brian Swinehart, everybody. One more time, make some noise for my friend, Brian Swinehart.
Hey, man. Well, man, I'm happy that the world's back and we're all together enjoying laughs and living our lives. During this pandemic, did any of you guys follow the CDC guidelines? Fuck no, did you? No. CDC stands for Communist Dickhead Cocksuckers. And I didn't take the vaccine. Not because I think my body's a temple and I'm afraid to put anything in it. In my life, I've done alcohol, weed, coke, speed, acid, DMT, ecstasy, mushrooms, ayahuasca, and a fat chick named Stephanie. That was an addicting drug. Hard to kick that habit, I bet. But I trust all of those drug dealers more than Fauci. Fuck Fauci. Fauci, stone cold pathological liar. First he came on television, told us, oh, you'll be safe, no mask. 2 weeks later, mask, you're dead. Virus comes out, you say, hey, you'll 2 masks, right? Fauci was lying to us so much, and people were obeying so much. Fauci could have come on there and lied about anything, and people would have done it.
Keep going.
Fauci could, this is my last one, sorry. Yeah. Fauci could have come on and said, take your finger, shove it up your ass, hold it there 3 seconds, rotate it, pull it out, put it in your mouth. If you can't smell or taste it, you got COVID.
Hell yeah. You got it. 1 minute, 35 seconds of Brian Swinehart. We gave him a little extension since I've known you for a while there.
Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it.
Brian Swinehart. Now, this is very interesting because, again, another history in the making. This is the first time I've ever pulled anybody out of the bucket that I started stand-up comedy with. You and I used to wait in lines at fucking smoothie joints and during the daytime in Los Angeles to go perform on a stage, basically in front of each other. There was like 15 of us. That there was nobody in the audience. You couldn't sell a ticket. Nobody knew who any of us were. It's still the same story for you.
I still can't sell tickets. That's right. That's why I'm here tonight. But yeah, I'm not going to deny that. I mean, a lot of people like Fauci, I guess. I don't know.
That's right.
Like that cocksucker. Fuck Fauci.
That's okay. All right. Somebody got triple vaccinated over here. You know what I mean? Somebody's got a dick that doesn't work anymore.
No, I didn't get no vax, Tony. I didn't get no vax.
Very good
about that.
Very good. I like that you didn't get vaccinated. I like that for you, Brian.
No, I think it's.
How did you know at the time not to trust that guy? I know why I had my initial thing.
Well,
because I have AIDS. No, I'm kidding. I don't have AIDS.
Just a feeling, man.
I knew it was a believable joke. Barely anybody laughed at that because they're like, oh, yeah, that's bad. All right.
It's just HIV right now.
That's true. I'm actually, I don't have HIV, but I am in the Clean Plate Club. I am a CPC. Not to be confused with the CDC, which you did joke about. When you first said that, I'm like, what was it, a Clean Date Club? All right. So Swinehart, yeah, it's been years. Tell us what you've been up to in life. Tell us about your story. Where do you think you and I went different directions?
Well, I mean,
Because it is interesting, right?
yeah.
We were in this place.
Well, I've been just going along. There for a while I was getting a lot as a stand-in on sets and stuff, and that started taking me in a different route.
You were a stand-in. Who were you a stand-in for? Any big celebrities?
I did for McConaughey.
Whoa! So you're his height and like width.
He's a lot more buff than I am.
Oh, okay.
But and then on Fast and Furious 7 after.
I was his stand-in in Dallas Buyers.
Oh, I believe that.
See that? That's comedy right there. From instant callback, AIDS, back, boom. Not like the other guy. It's like, I'm gonna punch you. You never see it coming. All right, go.
I love it. Fast and Furious 7.
Whoa.
Paul Walker passed it in for his brothers.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
That's depressing. So wait a second. So Paul Walker dies, his brothers stand in, and you're the stand-in for the stand-in.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
William famously hates Paul Walker.
Oh, I know that bit. Oh, please, not that one. Paul Walker, more like Paul Crasher.
Seriously, I respect you a lot less after knowing you stood in for that fucking piece of shit.
God, I should have brought that up.
Yeah, you shouldn't have. Paul Walker, a big trigger word for
don't bring him up again.
What else have you been up to, Brian? Where do you live?
Well, I'm in Ohio right now after the shit got fucking crazy with fucking stupid ass Gavin Newsom.
Yep.
Took everybody's freedom. I say, fuck it, man. I'm going back home to Ohio. I mean, it kind of sucked. Grinding out all those years going for a goal. But I'm like, dude, no mask everywhere I live in Ohio, no stupid bullshit. LA, I'm walking down my dog down the street, people are yelling at me, put on your mask. I'm like, no, fuck it, I'm out of here. My dog's like, let's go. Let's get out of here.
You have a talking dog, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I've done some drugs, so yeah, he talks.
I love it, Swinehart. Absolutely incredible. And tell us more about your own life. Like, what do you like to do for fun? What are some hobbies or something like that?
Well, this is a little crazy, but I'm 43 years old and I still wrestle. Once a year I do a wrestling tournament.
Wow.
Yeah, and I started after I hadn't wrestled for 20 years. And then I came back in 2019. I hurt my fingers, boat accident, lost my fingertips.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh, disgusting!
Yeah, I know.
So wait a second. Hold on, because this is gold. So wait, you're what? On a boat? Next to a boat? What's going on?
No, I'm on a boat.
How does this happen?
Okay, I'm on a boat. Rope gets loose, comes flying back at me. I go to grab the rope. Fingers get stuck between women. Yeah, hilarious, right?
Oh my god. So your fingertips on your middle finger and your ring finger are gone.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Look
dude.
at that. Little finger over there.
Did you get a discount on gloves?
Jesus Christ. What did Hans write that thing? He just texted it to me.
Thanks, Hans. Thanks a lot. I knew this was going to work.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
You
man.
lost your fingers in a boating accident. Okay, so let me ask you this. Where's the boat? Like, how far from the hospital are you? You're
Oh, man, we were far, dude. It felt like we were far. I kind of fainted a little bit, came back.
Right.
It was crazy.
Oh, God.
Yeah, man. So,
My God.
yeah, so my coach, my wrestling coach from back in high school, I called him. I was always kind of being a little bitch about it. He said, you got to start wringling again. So I started wrestling again because of that.
I don't know if you know this. David Lucas, state qualifying wrestler.
Oh, no shit.
Tony Hinchcliffe, Youngstown, Ohio wrestler.
Yeah,
Ohio
yeah, we're
wrestling's a
badass.
really big deal.
Yeah.
And fun fact for those of you that don't know, David Lucas once decided to talk shit for many weeks in a row about out of nowhere for no reason. He's just sitting there being a good boy in the green room, and he keeps on Tony, if we wrestle, I'd beat the shit out of you. And I kept saying, no, you wouldn't. And he's like, I'm a state qualifier from Georgia. And I go, yeah, but Georgia and Ohio are two different levels.
That's a
completely.
fact.
He's like, motherfucker, I have a 200-pound weight advantage on you. And then Joe Rogan, I was fine. Everything was fine. And then Joe Rogan goes, Tony, you're fucking crazy. David Lucas would smash you in wrestling. I go, let's fucking go right fucking now. And a fun fact, after a stand-up show, after everybody has left with only the staff here at Vulcan to witness it, on this very stage, I fucking beat the shit out of David Lucas. It's embarrassing. It was embarrassing. It was embarrassing.
The whole story.
The only thing I could have done to have Rogan respect me more, I did.
You know, Tony started off upstairs. Tony said, I'm a better athlete than you. I said, nigga, I'm just fat. You're not a better athlete than me. So first of all, we started with a push-up competition upstairs. And then I was
won that too.
So I don't think we both did, I think 15.
Well, no, that wasn't the max. I did. You did 14, and just to show you that I could do more, I did 15.
Yeah, so
because you also said you could do more push-ups than me, which is fucking crazy.
And then we were drinking all night. It's like 1:30 in the morning.
And we had gourmet dumplings from Lynn, one of the best restaurants in
So
town.
my blood pressure was high. I had all that sodium in my body. My blood pressure was high.
And I swear to God, I ate more dumplings than you did that night. People wouldn't believe, but I got that Michael Malamud fucking clean slate committee.
I know he said he won. Rogan said he won. I don't really remember. But all I do know,
I beat the shit out of you.
all I know
He
is
tried to lay on top of me at one point, and I slowly figured it out.
all I know is somebody said they went into the green room 30 minutes later and Tony was still recovering.
Dude, I swear to God, you are right. The catch of that was is I got all the way home, showered, laid down in bed, and still my heart was like diggity. That shit was impossible. I almost threw up right over there.
You know, Tony, I actually snuck in and I filmed that whole thing. If you want to put
No,
it
you
right.
did not.
He does. He has video from us on that.
For real?
And it doesn't really tell the story.
Let's tell the story of me beating your ass. Let's see it. Let's see
Wait,
it.
you think the video makes it look like you won?
All right, let's watch the video right
You
now.
know the projector.
So I'm glad you brought up wrestling, Swineherd. David and I had a battle of the Titans. We're gonna do a real one. Rogan's got it. Yeah, Rogan's got mats in the gym, and we're gonna fucking film it and do it for real because I was wearing cowboy boots, so I had to take them off. So not only did I beat him in wrestling, I beat him in wrestling with socks on, which, when you're going up against a 200-pound weight advantage, is fucking impossible. And I still did it. Your leader, Tony. Thank you. Thank you, haters in the balcony.
You should have known better, David. Tony's been wrestling with his sexuality for years.
There you go. Hot skip. Hot skip. Hans, you waited till now to do a joke like that? I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, how about one more time? I've known him 15 years. He had the courage to sign up. He came up. He did the damn thing. Take one of these, Brian. What's that?
You need a beer koozie. It says "fuck Bill Gates."
Thank you so much. Even trade. Fuck Bill Gates. I love it. I love it. At some point over the years, Brian became like a fucking what do they call those people? Oh, a prepper. Fuck Fauci, fuck Bill Gates. You guys still having fun out there, huh? Alright. This doesn't look like a real thing, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Make some noise for cell phone, everybody. Let's see what happens here. It's gotta be real. We got people checking this shit now. Cell phone. This should be wild, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for cell phone, everybody. Motherfucking kill Tony. Thank you all so much for this is amazing. Look at me. Woo. Didn't think I'd make it. I kind of look like a cholo. I got kidnapped and had to suck my way out of a clown car. But it was actually a Trans Am. And now trans I am. I celebrate Pride Month, you know? And I'm a trans color, and I wouldn't be here had it not been for the work of Martha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera. Of course, what I'm most proud of is my lack of gag reflex. So on a trip to Cuba, a Russian man told me that I looked like I had no childhood visible. This is coming from a guy who survived the collapse of the USSR. He looked at me and he said, "This bitch has it worse than fucking Chernobyl." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cheers, cheers.
Cell phone. Am I saying that right? Cell phone?
Oh, yeah, cell phone.
Wow, it must not be getting any service right now. I'm struggling here. Woo! Cell phones. Oh my goodness gracious, cell phones. You look like everything.
I know.
The joke I've never had to get the chance to make before. You look like fucking everything.
It's true. You would think that I'm like the epitome of everything that goes against this fine establishment. I'm a vegan.
Right.
A trans.
Right.
The they them.
A what?
A they themer.
Okay. All right.
And
What do you think about Fauci?
Oh yeah.
I would prove to him I have no gag reflex.
Wow. One in the Fauci, two in the ouchie. You know what I'm saying? Wow. Now, is this true about the gag reflex thing? That you're being honest? Zero gag reflex? No, not with a microphone. Yoni, do we have anything that we could test this out on? You got a banana or something? We have a banana? No, we're not going to use the gun, you homo. Jesus, this guy's use the gun.
Let's get him on stage.
No, we can't use a glass bottle, right? What do we got? We got anything behind the bar?
Hans, pull your pants down.
None of us have a gag reflex for Hans's dick. That is not how you measure for a gag reflex. Wow, you can take a full quarter of an inch. Now, is that glass? I don't think we should do glass. I can do it. No way. Is a Red Bull can better? If this glass breaks in your throat, we have no Golden Pony Productions, Death Squad LLC. We claim no, but you understand that you cannot. This is literally a tragic accident. Wait, what the fuck is that?
This is what I trained on, actually.
Oh my God. Okay, this is the greatest podcast on planet Earth. This is like, ladies and gentlemen, cell phone, everybody. Wow. Oh my God. Okay.
Thank you, yeah. I was like,
Stop. There's people throwing up in the audience right now. This is... Woo. Oh, I feel like I'm in LA all over again. This is incredible. Holy shit, cell phone. You are the real fucking deal. Yeah. Oh my God. I feel like you're probably a mix of everything that we've already seen tonight. You probably also got adopted at the age of 13. You hate Chick-fil-A.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Clean Play Club for sure. I got it. For sure. Sex addict. Check. Check in. And my guess is you probably had an accident where you lost your fingertips at some point as well. Just kidding. So cell phone, let's talk about it. Tell us about your life, because we want to know for sure.
Let's see.
Where does it all begin?
born in? I came out of my mom's vagina in LA.
Wow. I had you as coming out of your father's penis for a second.
Born in LA. I have been in the Bay Area for 13 years, and I am traveling North America right now on a vegan pop-up tour.
A vegan pop-up tour. Wow. That sounds... So how does a vegan pop-up tour work? What is that?
I am selling, like I said, food around all over. So, yeah.
Food. Okay. So you like make food?
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of food are we talking about? Vegan for sure, but like, what's your specialty?
Well, I have made my own cheeses. I started to get vegan cheese.
It sounds delicious right now. Everybody would love to try your gag cheese.
It's a special fermenting process, and you need a lot of skills. So yeah, I also do like Mexican kind of food.
Right. Okay. Fucking awesome. And what else? What do you do for a living? You do that?
That's what I'm doing right now. I used to own a bunch of different. Like I had a food truck and a couple of restaurants, and I closed, and I opened another restaurant.
I just gotta say, it's incredible. You seem like you would be here to protest the show.
Right, yeah. No, I love you so much. I love Tony Hinchcliffe is like the shit. I love listening. He supports comedians.
That's right.
He supports gingers. He supports black people.
That's true.
He supports Asian people
Thank
the most.
I even support whatever the fuck you want.
Exactly, yeah.
That's pretty much.
Tony Hinchcliffe is the best trans man that has ever existed.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorary trans man. Trans man. I love it. My pussy is so wet right now. So, cell phone. Very, very interesting. You still talk with your parents?
I talk with my mom, yeah.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, my therapist actually told me that I grew up in a love-deprived household.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's...
That makes sense.
Look at me, I'm trying to get as much love as I can, obviously. So that's why I changed my name to the thing you love the most and can't live without.
Cell phone. Very, very interesting. Now, you really changed your name to that full time.
That's just the name I've changed my name.
Okay.
But yeah, that's just the name
Okay. Now, let's take an adventure here and talk about because I do it with everybody, let's talk about your sex life for a second.
Okay.
Because I can't even picture what it would take to make someone like you satisfied in the bedroom. Can you describe to us what you're into?
Mostly William Montgomery's parents. Yeah.
Oh!
I imagine them mostly.
So you like real wholesome people.
Yeah.
And you just want to come in and wreck their lives.
I'm here.
I love it. So you mostly, William, first of all, what do you think about cell phone wanting to fuck your parents?
I'm actually into that. Seriously, I'm not even going to lie. Ever since you told that fucking story on Saturday, I was honestly a little turned on.
Yeah.
When you were... But no, I mean, if we really could make this work out, would you really be down? Would you really?
Okay, let's do it on live right now. Whenever.
Okay, we're in the process. We have sent the jet to Memphis, Tennessee. We are picking up the Montgomerys. Join back in 2 hours. Okay. So you really like wholesome adults. I can sort of see how that makes sense.
I like those, like into whomever, but I usually do like femme people.
Femme people. Yeah, and then describe to us what that means. I've lived in Texas now 2 years. I don't even know exactly. Femme people is feminine.
Like the opposite of masculine,
But it's men. Feminine men?
No, just people with whatever.
Anything feminine.
But with femme, yeah.
Okay.
That too,
There you
yeah.
go. Yeah, one billy goat in the back. The pussy. The fuck you talking about? What do you mean? Pussy or not pussy? Fucking idiots here. Fucking this guy made the long drive from Bastrop to be here tonight. What do you mean, pussy? Jesus Christ, sir. God. It's the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott's here, everybody. In the back of the room. All right.
So cell phone, I just can't get enough of this. I mean, tell us something else. Like, what are some hobbies of yours? What do you do for fun? You're so much more interesting than these boring, straight people.
That's right. I like voice work.
You do impressions?
I like just to come up with like new voices.
Okay. What else other than voice work?
I could do let's see.
Like, what do you do for fun? Other than the vegan pop-ups, there must be something. Roller derby?
Pretty close. Yeah, roller skating at the skate park. Yeah, usually like the only.
Manager at Trader Joe's.
Yeah, that's me. Hawaiian shirt. Only the vegan section, you guys.
Oh, Trader James.
So, did you start the vegan food work after you got fired from Netflix for protesting Dave Chappelle?
Dave Chappelle's a big hero, guys.
I got one more
I
question.
love your fucking attitude. I don't understand. I guess what I really want to talk about is like that. Is that why do you think it is that so many people like you don't like Chappelle, don't like shows like this, don't like dirty things and people saying, well, you know, like crazy stuff and joking about anything and everything? Why do you think that is? You hang out obviously with these types of people all the time. You're vegan, you're they, them, you're this, you're that, you're everything.
Right. I don't know. Some people can't make a joke. I don't know. I feel like if you want to be whoever you are, you gotta let other people be whoever the fuck they want.
Yeah.
I love it.
I don't know.
Cell phone. Cell phone. It's weird calling you cell phone. The weirdest thing is calling you cell phone. Because now I feel like that's your name. It's for casual. Like, cell phone, I gotta tell you. But I absolutely love that you signed up for this show, that you came up here with an open mind and an open dialogue and an amazing interview. So intriguing. I love your attitude. Sign up again anytime you want. Thank you. Cell phone. Catch this. Yeah, even Lucas is going to pick out of the bucket. We might have time for one more. Should we do one more? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to pick a girl. I'm good at that.
Gonna try to pick a girl. It's a guy, pick another one. Say sorry first name.
Sorry, Nikolai. Sorry.
Sorry to Nikolai.
Sorry, Matt.
Yeah, try to grab a bunch. He's already out of breath for his name.
Is that a
Is that? Yeah. Say it.
Yeah, Sandrell Ross.
Oh yeah, we know Sandrell. All right, Sandrell. Here she comes, everybody. She's been on this show before. Very funny. Here she is.
I have frequent sex with a minor. Let's see, minority, okay? It's my husband. He's black. He's really black. But I love my tall glass of Coca-Cola, you know? Because he can't be a tall glass of water. He's black. But I'm thirsty, though. Yes, I love him. Yes, I'm gonna rape him tonight. While he's asleep, okay? It's okay because you know he gets hard. Morning wood is actually night wood, okay? So I look at that like you think I'm gonna waste this? No, one of us is a waste. One of us is a waste. It's going down or up. Up and down, up and down, up and down. I sing him lullabies so he can go to sleep. All right, y'all. That's my time. Thank you.
Sandrell, Ross. Welcome back, Sandra.
Hey, Tony.
We had you on before. You had a great set. You said your boyfriend did comedy. We had him on. He had a great set. He did the Thursday show. You did the Thursday show.
Right.
And out of all that, then he ended up opening up for Joe Rogan at one point. Out of all that, right?
Yeah, he did it.
Incredible. And how long have you been doing stand-up?
Consistently or inconsistently, 8 years. I've been an entertainer for 12.
What were the first 4 years?
Huh?
What kind of
Poetry and acting.
Oh, okay.
All
All
right.
right.
Stripper.
No, I had no idea. Did you say baby?
Huh?
What?
I'm talking to you, Tony.
Coming to the stage, and I'm everybody. Hey.
Hey, whatever makes the money.
Goddamn right. That's what I always say. I love it. So what do you do for work now?
I'm doing this now full time.
Stand-up comedian, full time.
Well, yeah,
Look at you, living the dream. I love it.
That's right.
How's it going for you?
Not good. I spend most of my time stalking my husband, so.
Right. Absolutely. Keeping an eye on him. He's
Yeah.
also a comedian.
Yeah.
He's a ridiculous. You guys are both very, very funny. Do you guys ever like get into arguments about who's like funnier, like work stuff?
Yeah, he got mad at me one time because he felt like I stole his joke book, but I didn't steal it. You know, it was laying around.
Hell yeah.
Right, finders keepers. The fuck.
I love it. So you did some of his jokes?
Well, it wasn't like, you know, I mean, I switched them so it could be like for me. Not word for word is what I'm saying. It was like
Right.
put together some words, you know, scramble. It was like scramble, yeah.
Yeah. Just mix it up. My girl, she's a short glass of Coca-Cola, something like that.
Yeah, but
Okay, so you're a full-time comedian. So is your man. What do you guys do for fun? How long have you two been together?
we've been together. How long have we been? He's here. 10 years? 11.
11 years. How do you keep things interesting? Seems like you're very sexually active still. How do you guys keep things interesting in the bedroom?
I beatbox.
Oh, Lord knows that'll do it.
Yeah, he flows.
Yeah.
So we make music together, you know?
I love it. I love it. Can you really beatbox a little bit?
Yeah.
Can you beatbox for us right now?
Sure.
Wow, that's impressive. That's impressive. Much cooler than the New Zealand guys flying into the moon. You know what I mean?
That's a requirement for black school. When I went from a private school to a black school, I had to learn how to beatbox to continue going.
Requirement.
Yeah.
Come from like.
Wait, what did that white lady just say?
She said you had to go to that private school in the video. Yeah, I did.
Oh, it's the lady from Florida. It's okay. All right.
Now, we're still waiting for the hurricane.
I was embarrassed for a second, just talking about a lady's visiting from Orlando. Sorry about it. I love it. Sandrell. Very, very interesting. So you guys are sexually active. What else? What else do you guys do for fun? How do you keep, you just recently moved to Austin from what, Detroit? Yeah.
No.
Oh, Jesus. Now I'm the lady from Orlando.
Hell,
You guys just moved here from somewhere.
no, we were. It's crazy. We were in Chicago, and then we moved to New York. And right after we moved to New York, like we were kids momentum, fucking pandemic, and we came back to Texas.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so that's
Gotcha. All right, that makes sense. We're Chicago that I had in my head, but I got confused with
But
Detroit.
Detroit, yeah, they kind of close.
Easy, totally. Great Lakes.
Yeah.
They're all right there, right on the Great Lakes.
Yeah.
All right. So now you live here. What do you guys love about Austin?
Austin's really beautiful. I didn't know it was so beautiful. It's really beautiful. It's crazy. Okay,
Yeah.
you clap for that.
Big lakes, big
Yeah.
rivers.
Yeah. You know, we're actually from Houston.
Right.
So we were raised in Houston, H-Town. Yeah.
Oh shit. Sipping on some
I was like,
syrup is what Red Band has loaded up right now. Very, very good, Red Band.
But yeah, so
Oh, I get it because I said Aunt Jemima. That's actually pretty funny. Oh, okay. All right. Thought it was a syrup reference.
No, it's a Houston reference because you sip on syrup and you listen to Chopper Screw music.
yeah,
It was real slow.
there you go. You know it. Yeah.
Wow. All right. Damn. Wow. I feel like I just went to a black
She should tell you some Houston. She should tell you some Houston slang like slabs, boppers.
You know what I'm saying?
Give us some more. What else is Houston slang?
Houston slang. I mean, the words, what?
Oh my gosh. Look at this fucking Capitol rioter speaking up. This fucking sunburned caveman over here. Oh my god. Holy shit. You're from Houston? Oh my, I don't even know what you're saying right now. Oh my god. What saloon do you drink at, sir? Jesus Christ. Sandrell, absolutely so entertaining. Thank you so
I'll
much.
have to have you on the Secret Show Thursday if you want to.
Whoa! You booked it. You know what though? I feel like we should put a little ribbon on this thing, the same way we did it last time. Why don't you bring up your man and have him do a minute, and then we'll all get out of here together. Why don't you introduce them? It's only right. You guys have been together 11 years.
Yeah. All right. Everybody, this guy next to me coming up, he is so fucking fine, by the way. She's my tall glass of Coca-Cola. Give it up for the shiny Mickey.
Notice how the music changed. Okay, real black song. Cool. Let me ask y'all this. As a group, do y'all feel like domestic violence is wrong? Yeah, okay, never mind. I don't believe in domestic violence. I do believe in domestic disputes. I feel like you can learn a lot about yourself with domestic disputes. Like, fellas, you ever try to body slam your girl and it didn't go as easy as you thought it would? So, like, yes. Like, you know, you can shut the fuck up. You're going down. Like, ow, you've been working out. Damn. I found out that I need to, like, gain weight because, like, I've been skinny all my life, right? Like, some of y'all are looking at me in the microphone saying, like, which one's telling the jokes? It's me. Because when you're my size, there's certain clothes you can't wear, like muscle shirts, right? Because you got to have muscles to wear muscle shirts. And two, I get tired of pulling up the sleeve like it's a bra strap. Like this right here. Oh. Damn it. I'm making house, I think, bro.
Wow. Mickey Hauser.
What up, Tony?
Back on the show. Unbelievable. Always absolutely fucking hilarious. True, real, professional comedian. Absolutely incredible. Always killing. How's life going?
Life is cool, man. Yeah, fucking. As she said, and she's the aggressive, you know what I'm saying? Like most marriages is like, man, my wife ain't giving me pussy, but I'm the one holding out. She wants to get a baby, you know, because like man, we can have babies like for a long time, but women, like the clock is ticking. So she's
true. That's true.
Yeah.
We know your type of people like to show up late. You know what I'm saying? So.
Never all time.
Incredible. What else has been going on, Mickey? Anything else?
Yeah, man, we just been traveling, man, and all that cool stuff. Just living life, man. And, yeah, just regular, same old.
I love it.
Yeah.
You're a cold-blooded assassin.
Thank you, man.
Love to have you on the Secret Show also Thursday.
No doubt about it. You guys deserve it. Real comedy spots. Out here doing it for a living. Make some noise for my friends Mickey Hauser and Santrell Ross, everybody. We did it again. The drawing from Ryan G. emailed his pin, and it is truly fucking unfucking believable. It's absolutely incredible. Check it out at RyanJEvil.com. And we also have local artist, the great Chris Rogers, was drawing the entire time live. Started with a clean slate. And during tonight's episode, he was able to come up with this painting. Wow, look at that. The great David Lucas. I do believe that's going to be for sale immediately following tonight's show. So whoever's the highest bidder gets a shot at that. Guys, how loud can this place get for my fantastic guests? David Lucas, William Montgomery, and the great Hans Smith. The boys are working. They're doing it. All you have your names are your websites, right?
Yeah, DavidLucasComedy.com. I'll be in Winnipeg in November. Holla at your boy.
That's right. Hans Kim, you have some tour dates coming up?
DJ Hans Kim, I'll be at the Improvs in California. Come check me out.
When is that?
November.
Very good. And William Montgomery traveling with me all around the...
And find me on Cameo.
Yes, William Montgomery is killing it on
Find me on
Cameo.
Cameo.
Get his cameos. They're absolutely hilarious. Get your Phil Tony fan in your life a great birthday or Christmas present or whatever the hell you want to celebrate, or just do it to make your loved one laugh. Why not have a personalized message from William Montgomery? He's making vast sums of money on Cameo right now.
Say that.
No, I'm kidding. He's struggling. He really needs your Cameo money. He can barely make rent. How loud can this place get for the Kill Tony band? Brought to you by Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. That's the great Michael Gonzalez on the drums. Dave Shear on guitar. Max Frost on the electric guitar. The great Paul Deaver on the horns. And how about one more time, as loud as we can get it, for the great Deep Madness on the bass, huh? Thank you to the amazing staff here at Vulcan and the great team that we work with all the time. We absolutely love them. Shout out to the Red Rose, the Yellow Rose, Deep Eddy Vodka, and the Hotel Van Sam. Where now you can use the promo code KILLTONY, save 30% Sunday or Monday night. The official Kill Tony after party starts right now. Live music in just a few minutes. Thank you guys so much for coming out. Love you guys every single week. We'll do it again soon. Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from Walking Gas Company here in Austin, Texas for a brand new episode of Countdown. Get up and get it! You guys are ready. I can already tell. You guys ready for this shit or what? That's what I like to fucking hear. This is a hot crowd. I can tell tonight's gonna be a moneymaker. You guys ready for this shit? It's Brian Redman. Hey! In the podcasting. And you're at Kill Tony, brought to you by the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose, the two best strip clubs on planet Earth. National newsmakers this week. This girls got naked on a golf course in front of a high school golf team, and they made national news. Former microphone cleaner Kaylee right there, right on the front page of the fucking the New York Post this week. Love it. National news and our most loyal sponsor. Also, Deep Eddy Vodka, other local legends, also keep the whole fucking thing afloat. And how about a hand for the band, huh? You guys, am I right? You're in the live music capital of the world. It's the great Daniel Watson joining us on drums tonight. That's Paul Deaver there on the horns. Matt Mueling behind me on the electric guitar. And this guy right here, that's D Madness, ladies and gentlemen, live in the flesh. Unbelievable. We are in it this week. I'm very, very excited. But before we start tonight's show, here's a little bit more about the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey, y'all, you might not know this, but when I'm not being the host of the #1 live podcast in the world, what I've been doing for the last 16 years is being a professional stand-up comedian. And I'm excited to say that I'm back out on tour again, November 4th and 5th. New York. December 9th and 10th, I'll be performing in Arlington, Texas. January 13th and 14th of 2023, I'm in Dallas, Texas. And February 9th and 10th of 2023, I'm in Houston, Texas. Tickets available at TonyHinchcliffe.com. All these shows sell out, so don't be a doofus. Go to the website now, get tickets. I use that app. Hey y'all, another beautiful day here in Austin, Texas. I just got off a 10-hour flight from London. And how do I recover from a 10-hour flight? Very simple, the same way I recover from everything. The great, powerful Liquid IV. An absolutely essential addition to my daily routine, whether it be the hot summer days of Texas or just after athletic performance, perhaps golf, perhaps hot yoga, perhaps a long flight. Every problem that I put my body through, any trauma, Liquid IV keeps me hydrated, keeps the blood flowing. It's incredible, tastes great. Red Band, you know all about this.
1 stick of Liquid IV and 16 ounces of water hydrates you 2 times faster and more efficiently than water alone. It contains 5 essential vitamins, B3, B5, B6, B12, and vitamin C. And it has 3 times the electrolytes of traditional sports drinks. Made with premium ingredients, it's non-GMO, and it's free from gluten, dairy, and soy. I love Liquid IV because it also comes in so many flavors. My favorite, grape or fruit punch. But they also come in lemon lime, pina colada, watermelon, strawberry, passion fruit, and more. And it's so convenient also. You have one little packet that you can put in your pocket, in your suitcase. Yeah, I have one at night, one in the morning. I love Liquid IV.
That's right. So grab your Liquid IV in bulk nationwide at Costco or get 15% off when you go to liquidiv.com and use the code TONY at checkout. That's 15% off anything you order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code TONY at liquidiv.com. You guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? tell, ladies and gentlemen, every single week we have some of the funniest guests in the world on this show. And this week is no different. These two guys have been guests before, both of them elite comedy store veterans that moved here to Austin, Texas, the new comedy capital of the world. Austin residents, former comedy store employees, two of my favorite top young rising comedians in the world. Make some noise for your guests, Derek Poston and Hassan Ahmad. See, this guy knows. He knows what's going on. This is the real deal. Absolutely. Come here. Sit down. How are you? Derek Poston and Hassan Ahmad. They host their own hit monthly show here in Austin called The Solid Comedy Show. They have a hit podcast called Spoil the Beans. There's also the Dangerous Ground podcast. But I know them as two unbelievable stand-up comedians that had the courage to leave Los Angeles at a time in which it was a very, very, what was the word? Violent? Yeah. It's a tough decision to make to move to a completely different place when you've established yourself in one of the landmarks of entertainment. And then there's you two courageous fucks out here and then flourishing. Derek now opens up in massive venues all around the world with the great Andrew Schultz. Andrew Schultz texted me one evening. He said, "Hey, you know any good fucking rising, coming up the ranks, gangster ass motherfuckers? I need one." And I said, "I got one."
Biggest assist of my life, nigga, right here. With the Magic Johnson.
What'd you do, like Radio City Music Hall or something like that? 2 shows at Radio. I haven't even done Radio City. I should have suggested myself. I don't know, maybe. Hassan Ahmad, not allowed to get through TSA at many locations. Have you considered just throwing on a random ass cowboy hat for no reason? We love Hassan. You guys have both been on this show before. You know how it works. Comedians get an uninterrupted 60 seconds. If I pull their name out of this bucket, you see a bunch of people signed up for the opportunity to get that. And then after their 60 seconds and stuff, I interview them about life, about anything. The entire thing's improvised. You know their 60 seconds uninterrupted is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angriest Hollywood bear. And then I talk with them, and we figure out more about them. And the whole thing is random. Nothing is planned. You guys ready for this, or what? Well, in that case, we will start the show with somebody who we all know and have come to love. This guy, of course, as you know, was living in a van 1 year and a few months ago, and since then he has a Rolex watch. He has been on private jets all around the world. The kid is working continuously. He can headline in any city that he wants at any given time because he's a fucking star now. Ladies and gentlemen, sing as if you know the words. This is Hans Kim.
What's up, guys? Good to be here. I recently drove to Oklahoma City to do a show there, and I read all the billboards on the way up there, and now I think I'm a Republican. It's like driving through a Facebook comment section. Oh, there's my grandma's opinion. I didn't realize billboards were white trash smoke signals. But good to be here with the whites. I love white people. Hey, shut the fuck up, you cracker. I love white people. I can't wait till Asian people are considered white one day. I think we're a couple decades away. We're right where Italian people were 50 years ago. Thank you.
Hans Kim coming in, showing how it's done. He's done this many times before. I think people get confused. You know what I mean? It is not easy at all. to test out a new minute every single week of the art form that you do of stand-up comedy. Not easy at all.
Yeah, it helped that this cracker ass bitch yelled at us.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Asians do not like crackers. Is that correct? You guys are into more of like a wonton or something like that.
We like fortune cookies.
You do. That's as close to a cracker as you get. I love it. And Kim, you did it again. Absolutely incredible. Very quick on your feet with the lady.
Yeah,
Cracker lady.
I'm just constantly thinking cracker in my head. So.
Right. Absolutely. It is an autistic mind that you have indeed. This is a new hoodie. I've never seen this one before. We've been watching Hans's wardrobe expand in the last few months. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but we do. Is that an Amazon purchase?
Actually, no, Tony. This is a Lululemon.
Whoa! See, this is one of the greatest things in all of the history of the show because, you know, the regulars, getting to watch them work and get better and make material is one thing. But the amazing thing about Hans is that we've actually watched him go from a nothing burger that exclusively wore free t-shirts that were given to him. Like at one point he was just wearing the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey shirts and the Deep Eddy shirts and all the sponsors, everything. And now look at you, Lululemon.
How much did that shirt cost?
$60 or $70,
Right,
right?
$120.
Whoa! Falling.
Nigga, they can't find
Yeah, Deep Madness has us money.
What Hans wears is called Lululemon.
I'm on. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? The boys are here.
What you wear is called a towel on your head.
Oh! Whoa! You fucking cracker! You fucking meat cracker! You fucking Tristan! He just called you a brown cracker, dude.
That's a good one.
No, nothing for the Triscuit reference.
Does it feel more expensive? Like, does it feel like different than?
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
I'm wearing a Comedy Store hoodie, so
Red Band still hasn't learned how to fall yet. He's just shaped like one. So Hans, what else are you spending your money on? Lululemon's a big deal. Wait till you try Aloe. A-L-O.
Oh shit.
Slightly better.
Yeah, I'm wearing shit that girls wear. It's awesome.
Yeah, exactly. It's fucking unbelievable. Feels better.
I bought like $1,000 worth of podcast lights for my podcast that no one watches.
Right, yeah. Maybe that'll be the difference. I think a lot of people have been saying this would be interesting if the lighting was better. A lot of the listeners are like, the lighting. I can hear that the lighting isn't quite up to... All right, $1,000 worth of lights. What else? You have your girlfriend. Have you been spending any money on her?
Yeah, I bought her tickets to Las Vegas and then I refunded it immediately.
Oh, whoa. Okay, hold on. Wait, why?
Oh, just because I got a great opportunity to open up for my hero and my mentor, you.
That's right. Absolutely. So that's right. I'm taking you to Philly and Boston this week.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Deep Madness making some kind of joke back there. I'm not exactly sure what. Sometimes I'm blind to what he says. Goddamn right. All right, Hans. What else?
I have a gun.
Ooh, wow. Says it like it's on him right now.
No, it's not on me.
Oh, okay.
I did have it on me when I bought this sweatshirt.
You did. You went into Lululemon with a gun.
Yeah.
Wow.
I knew I was the only one with a gun there, because
No doubt. It is famous for having yoga apparel. Very few guns in the yoga world.
just pistols.
What made you go into Lululemon with a gun?
I was with my girl, and I just wanted to protect her from
Any black ass trying to fuck you over there?
Yeah.
What crackers?
Wow. It's funny that you get to throw that around like that. You use any other racial slurs? You technically could do almost any of them except for one.
Which one is that?
Which one?
Why don't you just start naming them and we'll stop you and you go on. Hans, you're unbelievable. You make this look easy every single week. You're a fucking rock star, and I'm so proud of you. Hans Kim, everybody, with another few minutes to get things started. You guys ready to go to this fucking bucket? This is where shit gets weird. It could get weird. It probably will. It could be anybody. It could be a crazy person. Maybe you signed up. Who knows? I'm going to pull a name out. Your first comedian out of the bucket tonight goes by the name of Melissa Diaz. Melissa Diaz. Here she comes. She's got a steady pace, making her way to the stage. I do believe this is her first time on the show. Make some noise for Melissa Diaz, everyone.
Hey, I work out a lot, and it's like you gotta do it to not think about death or whatever. But you can get a weight, and it's basically do that. You do reps with that weight. But I started calling them rapes instead of reps because every time I do a pull-up inside, I'm like, no, please stop. I don't like this. I'm not comfortable. Please don't. So then I have to yell at myself. I go, shut up, you stupid fat bitch. You know you like it. Stupid bitch. Stupid fucking cunt. Tell anybody, I'll fucking kill you. Yeah, whatever. I'm getting older, so I can work out my body. But there's no curls for your pussy, so that's kind of unfortunate. And I wish there was. I don't even know what it's going to look like in years from. I've never seen a picture. I don't know what happens. I think I have a mental block. I'm going to take a picture for science every single day of my puss from now till I'm 80. Just slowly watch it turn into a clean space.
Shit, that even scared me. I forgot how the show works for a second. It's been almost 10 years. I got a little comfortable there. Holy shit, that's a rare treat. Whoa. Oh, Jesus Christ. You really had my attention there. That was incredible. Melissa Diaz. Wow. Incredible performance. Incredible. I loved your rape thing. That was amazing. A lot of people say rape's not funny. I come from the other school. I think it's absolutely hilarious. You really pun up a little bit. That's amazing, Melissa. You guys were there for that, Derek, the son.
Pacing on that first rape joke. She walked us all slowly into that rape. You know what I mean? Like, she took the time. It was very well done.
There's athleticism.
They came right out of around the corner, out of nowhere, like it's a parking deck or something like that. Absolutely incredible. You had us all a captive audience to the rape bit. Melissa Diaz. Is this your first time on the show? Second time. What did we learn about you your first time on?
That I like books a lot. Right. That I am a con artist.
Oh,
okay. I have no longer.
Okay. What happened? Why are you unemployed now? Benefit.
Well, before I was a software developer, so it's like my boyfriend is a software developer. So
your boyfriend is also a software developer.
Yeah, well, we had my job together, basically. So I was the face of it, the face of diversity.
Oh, wow. Diaz.
Yeah, Melissa Diaz.
Right.
I love to code, and then I want to live in America. I want to live in America. Like, oh my God, they're so hardworking, such a hardworking people.
Wow, you're funny. You're like if Sarah Silverman was funny.
She used to be.
She used to be.
The record round was fire.
She used to be. I saw her in an Uber commercial this week. So
Really?
yeah, fuck yeah. No better time to be woken in Los Angeles than right now. I love it. Melissa, do you consider yourself woke?
No, I feel sleepy.
Right. Exactly. Quite the opposite, it seems.
Yeah.
I think a lot of women would be afraid to make rape jokes like what you did, and you made it funny, which says a lot. That's what we love. You know what I mean? Us comedy store people love it when you take a tough subject and figure out how to find the funny in there, and that was incredible. You put it on yourself. You put it on how hard the gym is, something everybody can relate to. Incredible stuff. What else, Melissa? What should we know about you that we didn't find out last time you were here? Other than the fact that you look like a son of Mott if you shaved and put on a wig.
Yeah.
Yeah. When did you stop teaching potions at Hogwarts?
How long have you been doing stand-up, Melissa?
7 years.
7 years. And where are you from?
I'm from New York State.
Wow. How long have you lived in Austin?
9 months at this point.
What made you move here 9 months ago?
I don't know, I've lived in New York all of my life.
Right.
From the Bronx, and yeah, Unite is an open-air prison
Yeah.
above Manhattan. Have you ever heard of it?
Mm-hmm.
It's also known as Puerto Rico.
Yep.
I don't know, I've lived there all my life, and I don't like cocaine, and this seemed like a good
Absolutely.
alternative.
You came to the right place. You must love ketamine. Wow. Incredible, Melissa. So you're with a white coder, right? And how long have you been with this guy?
6 years.
6 years.
Yeah.
That's a long time. How do you guys keep it exciting? 6 years with someone seems hard.
I don't know. We're compatible. We're both really neurotic. That's kind of what. But the neuroses kind of complement each other in a fucked up way. So we just sit down and think about death a lot.
Wow, I like that.
And hold each other, you know? And that's what keeps you together when you know that you're in the dark with one other person that you just hold each other until it's over.
The madness. The madness. There it is. There he is. The madness with a perfectly timed tell me about it. Perfect timing. That
Wait a minute, so like anybody you hold on the street is just your lover for the moment?
Deep Madness lives a whole life of holding on in the dark. Melissa Diaz. Very, very, very interesting stuff. In 6 years, and you guys are still attracted to one another? Your sex lives are active?
Yeah.
You're still able to turn his software into hardware?
Yeah.
Incredible.
It's a little scary now, actually, because he started taking testosterone treatments.
Oh, wow.
Okay. That's
Whoa.
consistent with that.
So, have you noticed? Right. He's feeling good.
Yeah.
More
aroused.
exactly. And also his happiness levels, correct? Like one thing that I think gets lost in testosterone is that people don't realize that it activates your brain a lot.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he's a lot happier. He feels just more energized. It's good for him. I'm glad he's doing it.
Tony, I start this Wednesday.
You gonna do it?
Yeah, I just got my levels checked, and I guess I'm a lesbian.
Wow, that is true. I've been saying this for years. A morbidly obese lesbian. Let's not forget. I just love it. That means we will eat out anything, anywhere, anytime. It's unbelievable. I cannot wait to see Red Man get some fucking color to his face other than green. He looked like the not so incredible Hulk. Good. See?
Red Banner.
So stupid. You almost stopped yourself from saying it, and then you couldn't help yourself.
Hey, I would love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday, though.
Melissa Diaz, You have one of these? You already have one? There you go. Get out of here. Melissa Diaz. She's on a real show now on Thursday. You just watch somebody go from being a random piece of paper in a bucket to getting booked on the best comedy show in town on a Thursday night. You guys get it? Should we keep going? Your next comedian goes by the name of Mike Hale. Mike Hale, everybody. So we're going to see what happens here with Mike Hale. And here he comes, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mike Hale.
Hey guys, thank you so much. So sweet. I'm really into microdosing lately. Anybody else? Yeah, we got some macrodosers in the balcony, right? Those of you guys not hip into it. Microdosing is where every 4 hours or so I just take like 18 seeds from just the tiniest corner of a Viagra. Just the same thing throughout the day. You know what I mean? My favorite part about microdosing is it's like a little secret, you know. Like, you know you're on drugs, but nobody else knows you're on drugs. Well, 2 weeks ago, I accidentally wasn't paying attention. I took a whole Viagra, and suddenly everybody knew that I was on drugs. That's what I get for wearing basketball shorts to your funeral. Hey! If you knew my Uncle Frank, that's exactly what he would have done. Okay? Thank you.
Mike Hale. There you go. I could tell you microdose Viagra because that set appeared to get harder as it went on. Sometimes even I amaze myself. But really good. Welcome to the show, Mike. This is your first time here, right?
Yes.
Absolutely. All right. How long have you been doing stand-up?
About a year.
About a year. Where at?
Right here.
In Austin, Texas. Holy shit. Look at that. Okay. And have you lived here your whole life?
No, I've been here for about 4 years.
4 years. Where did you move from 4 years ago?
I've kind of lived down here in Texas for like the last 10 years or so, but I'm originally from Akron, Ohio.
Akron, Ohio. We know it very well. The birthplace of Joe Walsh, of Eagles fame, the birthplace of LeBron James, the birthplace of B.S. Goodrich and Goodyear, the inventors of your tires.
The Wright brothers.
Absolutely. Well, yes, kind of right about that one. I don't think it is exactly accurate. They are from the state of Ohio. Good guess. Mike Hale. So you moved here 4 years ago. What do you do for work?
I just got my first job in tech.
Ooh, okay. What are you doing? Did you take a job from a young Mexican lady? Working in software? What are you doing in tech?
I'm kind of doing, it's almost like sales, like partnerships in between different tech companies.
Wow, sounds cool.
It's a job.
Got it. You enjoy it?
It's not bad. I mean, it lets me do this nights and weekends.
You sit in an office during the day?
I work from home for the most part.
Okay.
Everyone's well,
All right. What's your home life like? You live by yourself?
Married.
Married? Okay. Kids? No. No way. Why? Why is that a no? This guy that's on Viagra all day, I thought you'd be fucking pumping them out like fucking.
No, I think they're like, I don't know, like gross.
Okay. All right.
It sounds like he's making his cover right now. He's like, oh, they're gross.
4 years in Texas. He's already frozen.
Gangster.
What's so gross about kids?
I don't know. It's a lot of work, I guess. That's a big part of it. So it's kind of,
Shia, get the gate. Get.
I don't know.
Shia,
Just a little bit. Sorry, man. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Kids.
So tell us in your amazing world where you can stop all the fun that you're having. Let's hear a little bit about your social life. Like, what do you do at night?
Advice from a nationalist
When I'm doing stand-up, really just enjoying the fruits of Austin, Texas.
allow us to take his rightful place.
That is the greatest answer I've ever heard. I suck cocktails.
Michael Romanov was the only one who hadn't stayed his good name during the time of troubles. He was their only hope. If he refused, then he would return. Russia, they said, would not endure such grief again.
It's fruits and sausage over here. We're finding out a lot about you right now, Mike. This is the truth is coming out.
It's got a lot more intimate.
1598, Tsar Theodore, son of Ivan the Terrible, died childless. He was the last of the Roman dynasty, rulers of Russia for more than 700 years. His younger brother Dmitri had died 7 years earlier in suspicious circumstances. The National Assembly elected Boris Godunov as the next Tsar, but a rival soon emerged, an imposter claiming to be the last Tsar's dead younger brother. This so-called false Dmitri seized the throne and married the Polish noblewoman Marina Moniszek. Within a year, the false Dmitri was slain in a palace coup, and Marina fled Moscow. In exile, she recognized a second false Dmitri as her husband and bore him a son, Ivan. Russia was leaderless, and Sweden and Poland took advantage of her weakness, attacking on group fronts. Russia lost Crimea, Novgorod, and Smolensk. Amid the anarchy and devastation, only 10% of Russian lands were still being farmed. Famine and fear stalked the land. Without a strong legitimate ruler, it seemed the Russian state would soon cease to exist. Towards the end of the brutal winter of 1613, delegates of the country's National Assembly traveled to Moscow, where they would decide the fate of the motherland. The Zemsky Sabor, or National Assembly, was Russia's parliament of the 16th and 17th centuries, brought together to advise on the most important political issues. In 1613, the Assembly had about 1,000 delegates drawn from the nobility, clergy, merchants, and free townsmen.
The guys behind you are actual musicians.
The decisive vote was held on March 3rd. After a lengthy debate, the 16-year-old Michael Romanov was elected Tsar. Michael's father was Fyodor Nikitich Romanov, cousin of Tsar Fyodor, the son of Ivan the Terrible. This gave him a strong claim to the throne. When Boris Godunov took the throne, he saw Michael's father as a potential threat and forced him to become a monk under the name of Filaret. Michael's mother Xenia became a nun, taking the name Martha. Filaret rose to the rank of bishop, was imprisoned by the Poles while on a diplomatic mission. His Polish captors didn't bother to inform him that his son had been made Tsar of Russia. The people of Moscow, meanwhile, were informed of the National Assembly's decision through public announcements in Red Square. Michael Fyodorovich Romanov, it was declared, was the new sovereign of the Grand Duchy of Muscovy and Tsar of all the Russias. Michael had grown up amid the 15-year anarchy known as the Time of Troubles. When he was just 4, he was taken from his parents and sent to the country. Later, his mother came to take Michael back, and together they went to live a quiet life in the Ivatiev Monastery, 200 miles northeast of Moscow. Horse and exhausted ambassadors, bearing the holy icon of Our Lady of Sophia, spent hours persuading the Romanovs to accept power. Finally, he consented.
He was taking all the musical faces.
After many years of lawlessness and violence,
part
ascended
down.
the
The sound is
Russian
all
throne.
right, but you look like a musician.
Michael Fyodorovich
I'd like to get that in
Romanov,
the studio,
founder of the
mix it up a
Romanov
little bit,
dynasty,
play the track over
by
the
God's
actual
will,
performance.
Tsar and ruler of all of Russia.
You have some star power. I like it. Congratulations. We got pulled onto the bucket. You've been doing it a year. Here's a little joke book for you.
The
Thank you so
coronation of
much,
Tsar
Mike. Fun
Michael
times.
I
There you
was
go.
held on July
There you go.
22nd,
That means congrats,
1613.
Mr. Macker in Ohio. Let's do one more here. Let's get another bucket full. These people have been a little bit normal tonight. A little bit. Got some good comedians
Chapter
out this
1.
bucket so far.
Michael the
We have
First
to see someone
Fyodorovich.
fail massively. Let's see what happens. It could be another killer. Sometimes that happens. Make some noise for Jason.
There was no going back for Michael Romanov. He ascended the steps of the Cathedral of the Assumption, the son of a
from
noble,
American
and
Pie.
descended them
Oh my
as Tsar.
goodness, this is happening, folks. This is always
The state he was to
exciting
rule
when
was
it's
on the
someone
verge of
from the
collapse,
actual audience.
so the young
lined
Tsar
up.
followed his
Come on,
intuition,
everybody, make some noise for
ruled
Jason.
not as an autocrat, but in consultation with his advisors.
Okay, let's just get to a pace that it wasn't my day.
On his initiative, the National Assembly, formerly met once every few years, began to meet more regularly to offer him advice. Despite the expectations of many, Michael didn't become a puppet of the noble factions at court. He remained his own man, biding his time. When one Dutch visitor suggested that Michael should take firm measures against his enemies, he answered, "Don't you know that our Russian bears never hunt in the first year of life? They only hunt when they are older."
But I went to Coachella in 2019 and I thought
Michael faced 3 rival claimants to the throne. To the north, the Swedish King Carl Philip. To the west, Polish Prince Vladislav. And in the south, 3 Rol Ivan, son of Marina Manichek and the second false Dmitri. The boy's claim was upheld by 3,000 Cossacks, led by the adventurer Ivan Zarusi. But their followers soon deserted their cause, and he and the boy were handed over to the Tsar soldiers and brought to Moscow to meet their fate.
You spent most of your set asking the audience.
The executions took place in front of a huge crowd at the city's Sabakov gate. The Dutch traveler Elias Hetman remembered it for the rest of his life.
What were you getting at?
Zaruski was impaled on a stake. Then Dmitri's son was brought out. A snowstorm was blowing. Wet snow slapping the boy on the face. He kept asking, "Where are you taking me?" Those carrying the child kept him calm and brought him like a lamb to the slaughter. The gallows. Poor boy was hanged as a thief.
Were you guys together when it happened? No.
The Tsar's enemies could have used the boy to foment civil war, casting Russia back into the time of troubles.
I remember her.
Michael would take any measure, no matter how brutal, to prevent that. Anarchy had been avoided, but war seemed inescapable. The Swedish troops were besieging Pskov, 360 miles west of Moscow. Michael ordered his diplomats to negotiate peace at any price. In 1617, the Treaty of Stolbov was signed, and the city of Novgorod and surrounding lands were returned to Russia. The next threat was a Polish army advancing on Moscow, led by Prince Vladislav in person. The Poles reached the walls of the Kremlin itself, the citadel at the heart of the city.
I love it. Okay, Jason, first time on the show, first time doing stand-up. Where are you from? Where?
Russian spies learned that the Poles were digging a mine under the Outback Gate, but the Tsar ignored the pleas of his advisors and refused to abandon the city.
Beautiful. I love it. We've seen a lot of activity coming out of
Weighing on his mind was not just the fate of the city, but a personal dilemma.
Okay.
Paul still held his father prisoner.
All right.
Michael knew if he left Moscow, he would lose the throne.
Wanted to do, or this is sort of
If
just
he
like
lost
you're
the throne,
visiting Austin?
he would never see his father again.
Actually, I'm on a road trip, and we were going to end up being in Austin on our road trip, but the 2 Mondays that we're here, you're not filming, or the
On December 1st, 1618, Poland and Russia signed the Truce of Julina.
My birthday today.
The region from Vyazma to Yanagov was returned, and many issues remained unresolved. Smolensk remained under Polish control,
Look at you. I'm guessing that that's enough.
and Prince Vladisław refused to renounce his claim to the Russian throne.
Like that before. That's for sure. That is for
But
sure.
Russia was exhausted by
How do you
war
get someone like
and
that?
desperately needed peace, breathing space, and time to rebuild.
Believe the truth,
However, the treaty was a personal triumph for Michael. Under its terms, all prisoners taken during the time of troubles were to be returned. Amongst them, his father. It was 9 years since their separation. Michael had always looked up to his father, tried to emulate him. Now, he was finally to be reunited with this legendary figure, Metropolitan Bishop Philaret.
So Jason, seriously though, where'd you meet him? I'm just curious.
The father could see that his son had become a real Tsar of Russia, God's chosen
So
ruler.
you just go to the races
10
all the
days
time?
later, the Tsar met his father, Patriarch of Moscow, the head of the Russian Orthodox Church. From henceforth, they grew old together as father and son.
Pretty much, yeah. Alright. Jason, what's a fun fact about your life?
The influence of the Tsar's mother, once all-powerful great Nun Martha, began to wane. She no longer had any say in affairs of state and had less and less access to her son.
I thought about a million things I would say during this part. Now I'm like,
The Tsar was now in his 20s, a grown man. Accordingly, it was announced that by God's will, the great ruler Tsar Michael had reached the age of adulthood, and the time had come for him to take a wife. The Tsar's mother had found a bride for her son, but Michael made his own decision. Years ago, during his exile, he had fallen in love with Masha Klokova, the daughter of one of his guardians, and promised to marry only her. The Tsar's decision was announced, and his bride-to-be was found rooms within the palace. The Soltykov brothers, relatives of the Tsar's mother, put in charge of her safety. But just before the wedding, Masha suddenly fell dangerously ill. The palace was alive with rumor and suspicion. The Soltykovs summoned the best foreign doctors, who announced that a terrible disease was devouring the royal bride from within. No cure was possible. People was soon whispering that the Tsar's mother was behind it because she was opposed to the marriage.
Let's see the leg. It's okay. It's a beautiful package.
In any event, Masha eventually recovered, only to be exiled to Siberia for apparently concealing an illness from the Tsar's advisors. An investigation later concluded she'd been poisoned by the Soltykovs, who were dismissed from court. With the whole affair put Michael off any thought of marriage for many years. When Tsar Michael turned 28, his relatives began to worry. Without an heir, the future of the dynasty was in doubt. Once more, his mother had a candidate. This time, reluctantly, Michael agreed to the match. He was married to Princess Maria Dolgorukova.
I think you should go up to the green room and give Hans him his first
But 4 months later, Maria fell sick and died. The cause never fully established. After this latest disaster, Michael dismissed his mother from any involvement in his marital affairs, and instead arranged for the traditional election of a Russian royal bride. The advice he received was to watch the girls carefully from afar, praising their age, complexion, eyes, and hair. Look for signs of injury or illness, and ensure she's healthy in mind and kind by nature. The tradition of electing the Tsar's bride was essentially a beauty contest, involving thousands of candidates from noble families. First, royal officials sorted applicants on the basis of their height, size of head, and size of feet. Then senior nobles and court doctors inspected the girls in the capital. Finally, 10 to 20 of the most beautiful girls were brought to the court, where they were introduced to the Tsar in person.
Look at him. I feel like it's been days since I've seen you.
When Michael announced his decision, his advisors were speechless. He chose Evdokia Strashnyeva as his queen. She hadn't even been in the contest. She was the maid of one of the candidates and the daughter of a poor nobleman.
I love this man.
From bitter experience, the Tsar decided to handle all the arrangements himself. The identity of his bride was kept a closely guarded secret, and she was brought to the palace just 3 days before the wedding. Tsarina Evdokia, the Russian Cinderella, proved to be kind, considerate, and loving. She bore Michael 10 children, though only 4 survived infancy, 3 daughters and a son, Alexei. It was enough to ensure the dynasty would live on.
And then, in whatever, an hour and 10 or whatever, however much longer we have, about another 15 minutes, you guys will come down and we'll get an update. Is that cool? Awesome. Unbelievable. This is Kill Tony History happening right now, completely improvised, live in front of you. This is the episode that Han's got his first tattoo. That's Jason Wilson, everybody. Get to work.
Michael was determined to reclaim Russian lands lost during the time of troubles.
Jason, you're a little kid. Where are you going? Come over here. You fucking kid.
First, he reorganized the army, introducing new weapons and equipment based on developments in
Giving you a
Europe.
big one anyway.
In particular, Michael learned from the Swedish army,
You don't have
the
to leave if you
strongest
don't
in
want to. You
Europe.
can stay.
New
Someone's gonna fuck
regiments
your
were formed
girlfriend
with
while you're
picked companies of
tattooing on.
200 men. Each had 120 musketeers and 80
Oh,
pikemen.
that's the tattoo set.
New muskets were bought, which weighed 4 kilograms instead of 6, so they could be fired without a
While that's all
support.
happening, we're gonna keep the show moving on. Another one of your regulars is here. This guy, another
By 1632, 10 new regiments had been formed. The
famous
strength
for his
of
unbelievable
17,000
joke
men.
writing and ridiculous racing skills. My fucking
It was
little
one
brother.
thing to create a new army, it was another to teach it how to win a battlefield. Russian forces were defeated outside Smolensk, and after 2 years of war, both sides sought a settlement. The 1634 Treaty of Polyanovka brought no territorial gains for Russia apart from the town of Semyesk, ceded by the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Russia also paid an indemnity of 20,000 rubles, in exchange for which King Vladislav of Poland renounced his claim to the Russian throne. Russia itself was gradually becoming a more prosperous society. Thanks to Michael's efforts, English and Dutch specialists came to Russia to share their expertise. They lived in the foreign districts of the big cities, such as Moscow's famous German Quarter, and invested capital in local enterprises. Russians referred to the Germans, often any foreigner, as Niemets, from the Russian word Niemoy, meaning mute, because they couldn't speak Russian. In the 10th year of his reign, Tsar Michael invited English geologists to investigate iron and copper ore deposits in the Ural Mountains. 8 years later, the first state was opened in the region.
The second of our 3 regulars showing again.
12 years after that, the Dutch entrepreneur built an armory at Tula, 100 miles south of Moscow, and still in operation today. Russia soon began to export arms to some of the most developed countries in Europe.
You get a fucking,
A lot of people this weekend have been UCL live, Jada with the KFC live.
I don't even know the ACL. We were the BBC.
The average wage at this time was 3 kopecks a day, which one could buy 3 chickens, 45 eggs, or 1.5 kilos of salmon. A sheepskin coat cost 50 kopecks, or about 2 weeks' wages. A pair of boots was 10 days' wages, while a cow cost 2 rubles, or about 2 months' wages. Abroad, the Russian state was gaining greater influence. In 1625, Shah Abbas, ruler of Persia, sought to win favor by sending the Patriarch of Russia the Holy Robe.
I don't know.
This sacred relic was believed to be the one worn by Christ before his crucifixion, later taken by one of the Roman soldiers present. Patriarch Philaret, the Tsar's father, ordained a week's fasting to mark its arrival before presenting the Holy Robe to the sick. 67 people were said to have been miraculously cured in the first 6 months alone.
Tony, when you was a baby, they didn't believe these things because they let you coming down.
The robe itself was later placed in a cathedral within the Kremlin. Today, part of the robe can be seen in the Cathedral of Christ the Savior in Moscow.
True. Are you able to sleep on your stomach with the Darth Vader helmet you have to wear to bed?
After the barbarism of the time of troubles, the Romanovs sought to nurture a cultural revival within Russia. One of Patriarch Philaret's first decrees was to restore the Tsar's once vast library, now largely destroyed. Scholars were sent to search for books in distant monasteries and to make copies of rare manuscripts and return with them to Moscow.
I like this style. You have 2 different types of denim on tonight.
So you let 2 different gay niggas.
Just 30 years after the time of troubles, Russia was back to the level of prosperity she'd enjoyed before the state had slid into anarchy. Trade and productivity were on the rise. People had enough to eat and felt safe. It was an age of economic and political stability. Tsar Michael had achieved the impossible and brought the Russian state back from the brink.
It's been a busy week for you.
On July 12, 1645, the Tsar celebrated his 49th birthday. That morning after church, Michael seemed to have a presentiment of his own approaching death. He publicly forgave all those who had ever insulted or sinned against him and ordered a general amnesty for all prisoners.
He was sitting on
On coming home, the first Romanov Tsar of Russia said goodbye to his wife and son and died peacefully later that day.
Hell no, nigga, that's all you. Oh, good, that's my nigga, dog.
Oh, God.
That nigga, I'm going to dress like he sells fake gold, nigga.
Russia mourned its much-loved ruler for 3 days. Many thousands from all ranks and walks of life came to pay their respects before his coffin. Services were held in his honor in all the churches of the land.
Yeah. You look like the nigga that sold the land in that magic carpet. So goddamn.
Alexei Mikhailovich, Michael's eldest son and heir, was as young as his father had been when he ascended to the throne. But the country he inherited had been utterly transformed. Famine, civil war, and destruction no longer stalked the land. Russia was now stable and prosperous. The new ruler of this reinvigorated state, Tsar Alexei, was handsome, intelligent, virile, and devout. Ahead lay great victories and bloody revolts, remarkable achievements, and fatal mistakes. Alexei Mikhailovich was destined to become one of Russia's most controversial rulers. Chapter 2. Alexei I Mikhailovich.
Yeah. Hey,
The young Tsar was not overawed by his new responsibility. It was a role he prepared for since early childhood. His education had begun at the age of 6. After learning the alphabet, he was taught to read using stories from the Bible. The prince's household included 20 stewards, 6 teachers, and 18 musicians, as well as bodyguards, acrobats, and jesters. When Alexei was 7, he was given a set of miniature weapons: an arquebus, a bow and arrows, swords, armor made in Germany, musical instruments, maps, and engravings from Western Europe. Alexei's chief tutor was a nobleman named Boris Morozov. He encouraged his pupil to broaden his outlook and introduced him to Western culture.
Oh my God.
Many Europeans were invited to the Tsar's court, including interpreters, diplomats, and scholars. Alexei's personal doctor, an Englishman named Samuel Collins, admired his patient greatly.
This guy fucking making
The emperor is handsome and strongly built.
Spending a day of
He has fair hair and doesn't shave his beard. He is tall with noble bearing.
You're a fucking force. You're
He can be
traveling all
cruel
over
and
the
angry, but
country.
he is mostly
Headlining on
kind
your own
and gentle.
or
He has an excellent memory and is devout.
tell your local comedy club.
One could name him among the most kind and wise rulers.
David Lucas, ladies and gentlemen. There you
One
go.
for the cloud of advisors and noblemen who surround him and turn his good
You can
intentions
almost
to
feel. You can almost feel Hans in his pain right now. As the
During the first years of his reign, Alexei pursued many passions. Much of his time was spent visiting remote monasteries to perform acts of worship.
For Bobby Johnson, everybody. Bobby Johnson.
He also collected rare and exotic birds, kept an elk farm, and experimented with new agricultural techniques. He tried to grow melons, almonds, and grapes. But without doubt, his greatest love was hunting with his falcons.
I just got invited to the 4th annual World Spaghetti Dinners like cockfighting tournament.
The Tsar owned no fewer than 3,000 falcons, each of which, it was said, he knew by name.
I decided to buy my baby mama some
His household included 100 falconers of varied rank, paid between 6 and 60 rubles a year, not including bonuses. All were members of the Department of Secret Affairs, which handled the Tsar's amusements and private business. The head falconer, Afanasy Machushkin, was Alexei's close friend. The upkeep of the mews and hunting stables cost the treasury 75,000 rubles a year, equivalent of about $10 million today. On the road, the Tsar's hunting party was more than half a mile long. First came 300 stewards mounted on richly decorated horses, 3 abreast. They were followed by 300 guardsmen in crimson caftans, 5 abreast. Then 500 armored cavalry, 3 abreast. Next came 40 parade horses in ornately decorated harnesses, followed by the reserve carriage horses, and finally the Tsar himself in his English carriage, accompanied by courtiers and hangers-on, more than a few dozen.
You were on an Antone's? I was on an Antone's once.
Young Alexei was enjoying himself in a manner worthy of a Tsar. He left affairs of state to his tutor, Boris Morozov. But the nobles, jealous of Morozov's influence, urged the Tsar to marry, since a married man had no need of a tutor.
Every week, and people have
But Morozov was not so easily outmaneuvered.
straightforward, you're always well behaved. And some people
When the Tsar expressed his desire to marry, the greatest beauties were brought to him from across Russia.
You've been on the show before, so it's good to see you again. You're here every week,
He
right?
picked his favorite, and when she was brought to him a second time in court clothes, Morozov instructed the servant to tie her headscarf so tightly that the girl quickly fainted.
Derek, what do you think about
It was declared that the girl had fainting sickness. To conceal this from the Tsar was a crime. Her father was exiled to Siberia, and her family fell from favor. Morozov, an elderly widower, then asked the Tsar to help him pick his own bride, and introduced him to the Myaslavsky sisters. Alexei fell in love with the eldest sister, Maria, and married her, while Morozov married Anna, young enough to be his granddaughter, so strengthening further his ties to Alexei.
No, not at all. You have the same.
Alexei's family life proved a source of great joy to him. Maria was 5 years his senior, but she proved a perfect match and ideal Zaritza. They lived together for 20 years and had 13 children.
Where were you before? Dallas.
The Tsar's gentle manners earned him the nickname
Okay, but now you live here full
Quiet.
time. Yeah. How long ago did you make that move.
But his reign itself would prove anything but.
One day after Thanksgiving.
The clouds of war and revolt were gathering.
Absolutely. Okay, the Monday after Thanksgiving.
June 1st, 1648, Alexei and his court were returning to Moscow from the Trinity St. Sergius Monastery. When the procession reached the city gates, they found the way blocked by a huge crowd. The people of the city had come to present a petition to the Tsar, complaining of the excesses of his bureaucrats. But the Tsar refused to speak to them. His guards drove them away and arrested the ringleaders. The next day, the Tsar was returning from another monastery when he was again met by a huge crowd. They pushed his guards aside, broke through to the Tsar's coach, and seized control of the horses. The 19-year-old Alexei was face to face with his subjects for the first time. Despite being surrounded by an angry mob, he remained calm. He listened to their complaints and promised to stamp out government corruption and to dismiss all bribe takers and embezzlers from office. Top of their list was the Tsar's old tutor, Boris Mazarov. In the course of 2 years, Morozov had amassed a huge personal fortune and made himself the second richest person in Russia. As chief treasurer of the state, he reduced spending by slashing the wages of all bureaucrats, forcing many to accept bribes simply to survive. He appointed friends and allies to offices of state, but only after they paid him an enormous bribe. But Morozov's most dangerous policy had been to raise the tax on salt. Salt was the universal food preservative. When its price rose fourfold, everyone was affected, and the poorest were threatened with starvation. The events that followed were reported in all the courts of Europe. One account was left by a Dutch traveller to Russia, thought to be a spy. A crowd of people forced their way into the palace courtyard. The guards sided with the people and burst into Morozov's house. They trampled everything underfoot, threw his belongings from the windows, and ransacked the place, taking all they could. They shouted furiously, "This is our blood!" Morozov himself escaped into one of His Majesty's chambers and hid there.
There
were revolts across Russia, Ostrog and Salvichigotsk in the north, to Kursk in the south. The Tsar was under siege in his own palace. The pregnant Tsaritsa nearly miscarried. They gave birth 5 months later, but their first child died within the year. To appease the people, the Tsar ordered the execution of many corrupt officials, but not Morozov. Alexei would not sacrifice his beloved tutor, and instead exiled him to a monastery 300 miles north of Moscow. In response to the stop riots, the National Assembly was urgently convened within the Kremlin. It advised the Tsar that only a comprehensive new legal code could restore order. A special commission was established, in which the Tsar himself took an active role.
Where do you think that thing in your lungs?
The result was a Zaborny Ulazhenia, a legal code that sought to consolidate all the state's existing laws into a single document for the first time. It would prove a cornerstone of Russian law for centuries to come. Code's 25 chapters and nearly 1,000 articles were copied and glued together into a single roll 309 meters long. After its approval, 1,200 copies were printed and one sent to every major city. The code entrenched the privileges of nobility, who became the only people legally allowed to own serfs. The status of these peasants was made permanent and hereditary. The Zaborny Ulazhenia was in force for almost 200 years, from 1649 until 1832. When the rioting finally abated, Boris Morozov quietly returned from exile, but his place as Alexei's closest advisor had been taken by another, a 43-year-old abbot of Novospasky Monastery, Nikon.
You are. What made you decide to do
Nikon
that?
made a great impression on the devout Tsar. Soon he was ordained Metropolitan Bishop of Novgorod. 3 years later, Alexei appointed him Patriarch, head of the entire Russian Orthodox Church. With the Tsar's backing, the new Patriarch began a large-scale reform of the Russian Church. Nikon believed that over the last 4 centuries, the rituals and beliefs of his native church had become riddled with corruption and abuse, and were increasingly at odds with the rites performed by the Greek Orthodox Church. The morality and conduct of Russian priests and monks had also been called into question. Nikon's reforms were intended to bring the Russian Church back into line with its own early practices and those of the Greek Orthodox Church. Russians were now to cross themselves using 3 fingers and not 2. They were told how many times to bow during services, what musical instruments could be played in church, and how to correctly spell the name Jesus Christ. For a deeply conservative church, such reforms were no small matter.
We should go back to the bucket again, huh?
They led to sharp divisions within the church. So-called old believers denounced them as heresy and continued to practice the old forms of worship in secret. But ultimately, it was their leader, Archpriest Abaku, who would be burnt as a heretic. Nikon's support grew steadily, till by the end of Alexei's reign, his cause had become impossible to resist. Die-hard opponents remained, but many more embraced the practical benefits of his reforms, such as restoring discipline among the clergy, promoting education. Tsar Alexei had supported Nikon's reforms, but the Patriarch began to overreach himself, becoming involved in every aspect of government, politics, diplomacy, and the conduct of military campaigns. Meanwhile, the Patriarch's enemies at court spread rumors to undermine him. Relations between the head of the church and the head of state reached a new low when Tsar Alexei failed to attend the Patriarch's service at the Cathedral of the Assumption. It could mean only one thing. Patriarch Nikon had fallen from favor and could no longer count on the Tsar's support. Nikon left for the New Jerusalem monastery a day's journey from Moscow, where he planned to await the Tsar's apology. But it never came. Instead, the Tsar appointed a new Patriarch. In 1666, the Great Synod was held in Moscow, attended by the most senior priests of the Greek and Russian Orthodox Church. The Synod dismissed Patriarch Nikon from his post, and at the same time excommunicated his great adversary, Archpriest Abaku, and upheld Nikon's entire program of church reform. Barazov and now Nikon were gone. Tsar Alexei, this passionate youth, lover of falconry, loving husband and father, would now rule alone for the first time. Little did he know he was about to face one of the most turbulent periods in all of Russian history. The first threat would come from the south, and the Cossack renegade Stepan Razin. Razin was a Cossack chief, ataman from the Don region. He had a long record of insurrection and banditry along the Volga River and around the Caspian Sea. But in 1670, he aimed at nothing less than the creation of a new, free state for the Cossacks. After he seized the towns of Zaritsyn and Cherkassk, thousands rallied to his cause. Government troops were eventually able to stamp out the rebellion, and Razin was betrayed to the authorities by his Cossack rivals. He was brought to Moscow and executed. Even while he struggled with church reform and Cossack rebellion, Tsar Alexei faced war against the old enemy, Poland. Since the time of troubles, the Commonwealth of Poland and Lithuania had occupied former Russian lands, including the important city of Smolensk. While the Tsar was away with the army, the dreaded news arrived that a plague had broken out in Moscow. The Tsar's family and court were hurriedly evacuated to the monastery of Trinity Lavrovs and Sergius. The capital was quarantined. By the 1670s, Moscow was one of the largest cities in Europe. Before the epidemic, its population was around 300,000, which made it about the same size as Paris. Naples had a population of 270,000. London and Amsterdam, about 200,000. Venice and Antwerp, about 150,000. Rome, Genoa, and Prague, 100,000. In 5 months, the plague claimed 150,000 lives, about half the population of Moscow. Bodies piled up in the streets. But the army still had to be paid, and the treasury was in plague-ravaged Moscow. If the epidemic spread to the troops, it would be a disaster. So the Tsar came up with the idea of literally laundering the money.
What do you like to do for fun? You seem like a
He ordered the silver coins to be washed with soap and lye before they were distributed to the troops. Plague never reached the army. The war lasted 13 years. The Russians managed to win back some territory on their western border, but an empty treasury forced the Tsar to seek an armistice. In the troops of Andropov, Russia won back Smolensk, Chernihiv, and other lands lost more than 50 years ago in the time of troubles. Eastern Ukraine also became part of the Russian state. To refill his treasury, Tsar Alexei decided to reform the currency. Because of the country's shortage of gold and silver, he introduced a copper coin with the same value as a silver coin. Wages were now paid out in copper, while taxes were still gathered in silver. The copper coins soon began to lose much of their value, but the Tsar's mints continued to produce them. Within 5 years, in Moscow, a single silver ruble was worth 12 or even 15 copper rubles. At the end of July 1662, when the Tsar was at his palace at Kamenskoye, a few miles outside Moscow, posters appeared in the city, calling those responsible for minting copper coins thieves and traitors. People of Moscow travelled to Kamenskoye to see the Tsar. When he left church, he was surrounded by a huge, angry crowd. And Alexei kept his composure. He promised the people that the issue would be resolved. He even swore an oath to it. The crowd began to disperse. Tsar's guards led him away. But more protesters kept arriving from Moscow, angrier, shouting insults at the Tsar. For a while, Alexei listened to their jeers in silence. The troops were already moving into position. When the Tsar saw that they had circled the crowd, he gave the order, and the slaughter began.
Stick around. You live by yourself? You're in a refrigerator.
2,500 people were killed at Kamenskoye in just a few hours. Revolt was suppressed, but the copper coinage had to be withdrawn. The state even offered compensation, 5 kopecks, or 5% to the ruble. The Tsar's agents interrogated and tortured suspects for months to find out who had been behind the riots. 150 were hanged. About 1,000 were sent into exile with the letter B branded on their faces. Buntovshik, rebel. Tsaritsa was pregnant during the copper riot, as she'd been 14 years before during the Salt riot. It was said the shock took its toll on her later, when the Tsaritsa died in childbirth. Their baby girl died just 5 days later. After the revolt, Tsar Alexei became deeply suspicious. He created a special section of the Department of Secret Affairs that combined the functions of counterintelligence, secret police, censorship, and the prison. He oversaw the work of all other State departments, and was based not with them in the Kremlin, but at its own headquarters a few streets away, at Lubyanka. Torture was used routinely during its interrogations. It also relied on a large network of paid informers, including state bureaucrats, shopkeepers, and innkeepers. The Tsar had his own office within the department, where he increasingly handled all affairs of state. The Department of Secret Affairs also continued to run the Tsar's household and entertainments, and produced the day reports, first weather reports in Russian history. By the end of his reign, Alexei had surrounded himself with flatterers and yes-men who competed with each other to sing the praises of their glorious monarch. His public appearances became increasingly formal and magnificent, with new ceremonies devised in detail by the Tsar himself. The Tsar, recently widowed, seemed set on the path towards aging despotism and ever-increasing isolation. But an account of one evening, as he dined at the house of his friend Artemon Matveyev, turned everything on its head. As per custom, the Tsar's first cup was presented by the host's young ward, the 19-year-old Natalia Narushkina. The Tsar was instantly captivated by her beauty and became determined to make her his wife. But proper protocol had to be observed. The selection of a new royal bride was announced, and 74 women of great beauty were brought to Moscow for the Tsar's appraisal. Only one of them knew the result had already been decided. Natalia Narushkina had won the Tsar's heart. The selection was a mere formality. The wedding took place in the Kremlin, in the Cathedral of the Assumption, on February 1st, 1671. A year and a half later, the new Tsaritsa gave birth to a son. The boy would be known to history as Peter the Great.
Yeah, somebody really paid attention in history class.
In his newfound joy, Tsar Alexei decided to realize a long-cherished dream, to build Russia's first professional theater. The theater was built in the village of Preobrazhenskaya, on the outskirts of Moscow. Master Johann Gregory from the city's German quarter was invited to write its first play, entitled The Comedy of Artaxerxes, based on the story of Esther from the Bible. All parts were played by students from the Lutheran school. The first performance took place on October 30th, 1672. The play lasted an exhausting 10 hours. Tsaritsa and princesses watched from behind a screen that hid them from sight. Soon 5 more plays had been staged, all based on stories from the Bible, as well as the first ballet, Orpheus. Tsar Alexei was filled with a new zest for life and a horror of growing old. He started to study medical textbooks and to use herbs to mix his own potions. He would listen attentively to his doctors and became obsessed with bloodletting, which was believed to restore the balance of the body's humours necessary for good health. He strongly recommended the practice for all his courtiers. It was said he sometimes let his favourite falcon make the incision, as the bird never missed In January 1676, Alexei caught a cold, decided to treat himself. But his health deteriorated rapidly, and within a week his condition was without hope. On January 29th, the Tsar received the last rites and blessed his eldest son, Fyodor, as his heir and the next Tsar of Russia. He died the following night, aged 46. Alexei Romanov weathered many storms, leaving behind a state that was rich, strong, and stable. His successors would build upon his legacy, carrying on the work of reform and modernization. none more so than his youngest son, Peter the Great, whose achievements would eclipse those of his father. Alexei died in the prime of his life, with many great ambitions unfulfilled. The country felt bereaved, as though it had lost a father. Heir to this mighty Russian state, Fyodor Alexeyevich wasn't even able to attend his father's funeral unaided. His ill health meant he had to be carried to the cathedral on a special litter. Looking at the sickly face beneath the Tsar's fur hat, some whispered a warning. Prepare yourselves. Soon the nobles will be back in charge, and another time of troubles will be upon us.
We have awards. He decides he wins the awards for best headshot. They have like a sort of a definition. Okay. Tell us more about your life. What's interesting things about you and your history? Let's see, I played baseball for 14 years and then played for like 3. You did MMA? Can you show us a little bit of shadow boxing? Put the mic in the mic stand. You guys have any like Rocky or something like that? Yeah. Peter just has it. Here's a little shadow boxing. This is oh shit! Wow. Oh wow. Oh my goodness. All right, stop. It looks like you specialize in looking people in the eyes.
Absolutely. The John Jones special.
I love it. Okay, Cody.
The year was 1674. In the private theatre of Tsar Alexei, the tale of the Byzantine princess Bulgaria was being retold.
On a couch in Austin. How long are you here for?
Long ago, she had been the elder sister of a Byzantine emperor, a 7-year-old boy given to daydreaming.
He's laughing. He's much over laughing, and you guys are
So she ruled in place of her little brother, who proved to be wise and fair. The tale delighted its royal audience. The teenage princess, Sophia, was spellbound. This was her own dream, brought to life on stage. She had no idea where and how far that dream would lead her.
My father did stuff that was really taking care of all of us. He went further and got hired for medical bills. 1 year to the day of him things paying off the medical bills, she divorced him. Long story short, shit.
2 years later, Tsar Alexei's eldest surviving son took the throne as Fyodor III. The House of Romanov seemed secure and stable. The succession was not in dispute. Alexei himself had named and blessed Fyodor as his successor from his deathbed.
Cody, other than MMA, do you have any other special skills or talents, anything that you like to do?
The young Tsar had to be carried to his coronation on a litter. He could barely walk on his own.
Like since high school. Alright, nothing since high school. But juggling, huh? Yeah, I did that one time, yeah. Juggling is a rare treat. Any chance I could get 3 lines from the bar over there to throw some lines? Juggling is one of those things that I love watching people fail at. I'm going to have you juggle, and I'm going to send you oranges, anything? Anything around?
Fyodor III Alexeyevich. Fyodor had suffered from chronic scurvy since childhood. It led to anemia, a blood disorder that left him profoundly weak. It also caused his limbs to swell and led to the abnormal development of his bones and cartilage. Scurvy is caused by an acute deficiency of vitamin C. In the 17th century, it was common during wars or long sea voyages. The fourth Romanovs, however, seem to have had a rare hereditary father disease. Because of his ill health, Fyodor was forced to spend much of his time indoors, unable to take part in games or sport. Instead, he developed an interest in the sciences. His tutor was the philosopher and poet Simeon Polotsky. Fyodor was extremely well educated for his time.
Check them out on Instagram at
The young Tsar excelled in theology, philosophy, rhetoric, and poetry.
Congratulations,
He spoke
Tony. There
fluent
you go.
French and read Ovid in the original Latin.
We're gonna do. I want them to get as much work done as possible.
Theodore owned a large music library. Samuel was a talented composer,
To bring up
but his greatest passion was for horse breeding.
this guy has done more
When Theodore was only
sex
3,
on the show
he
than
was not given a
anybody
toy horse like
absolutely
most other
ever.
3-year-olds, but a real
Headlining
horse,
all around the
because
country.
he
He's
was
also
the
going
son
to
of a
be in
Tsar.
12 sold-out shows this week in Delhi and
Little
Moscow.
boy was in
One of my favorite comedians on planet Earth. I mean,
For
record
the rest of his life, he would be obsessed with everything to do with
the
horses.
Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla. This is William.
Theodore's parents hoped that riding would improve the prince's health, but instead, their worst nightmare came true. One of his father's friends, we are noble Artemon Medvedev, witnessed the accident. When he was 13, Theodore decided to travel to the countryside on a sledge along with his aunts and sisters. He was given a hot-tempered horse to pull the sledge, which he mounted. There were so many people on the sledge that the horse couldn't move it. He reared, threw the rider off, and he fell under the sledge. It ran over Fyodor Alexeyevich with all its weight and crushed his chest. Fyodor survived, but to add to his woes, he suffered chest and back pain for the rest of his life. Fyodor was an enthusiastic follower of the latest European trends. He wanted to be a reformer and sweep away all that was outdated and backward in Russia, and bring in all the latest fashion and innovations from the West. But his illness left him effectively sidelined, a virtual prisoner in his own palace. Control of government fell into the hands of the Tsar's uncle, Ivan Miloslavsky, and his family. His rival, Artemon Medvedev, a brilliant diplomat and sworn enemy of the Miloslavsky clan, was sent into exile. Under the young Tsar, power once more lay with the boyar nobles. Miloslavsky dismissed the Department of Secret Affairs and the Department of Accounting, the former instruments of royal government. He himself took over 2 key government departments, Great Treasury, which controls state finance, and the Department of Ambassadors, in charge of foreign policy, as well as other minor departments. The departments were distributed amongst his friends and relatives, some of whom held up to half a dozen different government posts. In just a few years, the number of government departments increased from 42 to 60. The total number of bureaucrats rose from 882 to 2,762. This new bloated administration was riddled with corrupt and lazy officials, many of whom owed their place to the Miloslavsky family.
Hold on, I want to do it. Rusty, and are there pictures of naked kids on that fucking thing, dude?
It was love at first sight. On Palm Sunday, during the celebration of Christ's entry into Jerusalem, a solemn procession bearing icons and a crucifix crossed Red Square and entered the Kremlin Cathedral.
Yeah, what's your story, man? What's your name?
Amid the crowd, one girl caught the eye of the 18-year-old Tsar. She stood out less for her beauty than for her proud and noble bearing. The Tsar was captivated.
Incredible, William. Another unbelievable performance.
Her name was Agafia Khrushchevskaya, daughter of a painting noble, who now lived with her uncle in Moscow. Theodore instructed the uncle to keep his niece safe and not allow her to marry without his permission. But the Tsar's choice of bride did not suit the Miloslavsky family. They wanted him to marry a girl from their own family, not the daughter of some in cooperation with provincial noble. 50 years later, the historian Vasily Tatishev investigated the facts and reported Ivan Miloslavsky slandered Agafia in front of the Tsar, claiming that both she and her mother were known to be guilty of several obscene acts. But the girl found out about this unjust accusation, and when questioned by officials, declared that no one should be
I'm getting
out
on
as
too
to
many.
a
I'm getting
woman
weak.
and swore to it on her life.
That's fun. Your job's fun. This thing's fun. I never get to do anything.
Reassured by this news, Tsar decided to pay a secret visit to his chosen one. Took a trip through the hills outside Moscow. So on his way back, he could pass by Agafir's house as if by accident. Agafir's relatives told the girl to stand in the window.
This thing
And for the first time,
incredible.
their eyes met.
Wow. Oh, okay, that one's David Lucas eating potato chips.
Theodore took the first independent decision of his life. The scheming and deceitful Ivan Boleslavsky was dismissed from court. He was no longer welcome in the Tsar's presence.
Wow. This is a fun thing that we've never done before.
To respect tradition, a formal presentation of bridal candidates was arranged for the Tsar. Everyone knew the name of the winner before the contest even began.
You son of a bitch.
The Tsar, candidates, and the organizers. But it was unthinkable to overlook the ancient custom.
This weekend, please take
Theodore, now 19 and married, was at last recognized as having reached his maturity and assumed the full authority of the Tsar.
Oh my God, I want to see the memorial.
Now, he would take control of his own fate and push forward his own ideas on how Russia should be governed.
Why don't we play a game where we improvise? I play a sound.
His first act was to summon all the nobles of the realm, the most senior nobles, the boyars, his advisors, the Okamnichi, and the leaders of the council. They were to meet at 1 o'clock to begin the work of reform, beginning with taxation. To support the Tsar's standing army, a variety of small taxes were replaced with a single new tax. Every household was now expected to pay 90 kopecks per year, the equivalent of 72 kilograms of grain, or 26 kilograms of beef. Because of the immediate shortage of cash, the Tsar sold the rights to collect this tax to tax farmers, helping to quickly replenish the treasury. By 1680, state revenues totaled more than 1.2 billion rubles. Customs and excise duties accounted for 53% of revenue. Direct taxation raised 44%, and other minor taxes accounted for the remainder. Next came a population census. Completed in 1678, it identified 5.6 million people living in Russia, but this only included taxpayers in the heartland regions. Non-taxpayers were added, plus those in new settlements on the fringes of Russia and across Siberia, as well as the Cossacks. The total population was approximately 12 million. This made Russia one of the world's most populated countries, and largest in terms of territory.
God, don't play that fucking
By the end of the Romanov dynasty in 1917, this population had grown eightfold to 103 million. Next was boundary reform. Existing boundaries were checked and new ones established, settling disputes over land ownership, fixing the boundaries of private estates, royal estates, and church lands. Next, army reform. Most settled parts of Russia were divided into 9 new military districts. Now on, every regiment was tied to one of these districts, was stationed there, and did its recruiting there. 20 years later, this system would be the basis for even more sweeping reforms by Theodore's younger brother, Peter the Great. By upholding justice, the court of petition was reopened. The first in rank opposition could file a complaint to the Chamber of Judgment and to the Tsar personally. When Theodore heard that some petitions compared the Tsar to God, he was indignant. He said that it was indecent to write such words, and that if anybody dared to write again in that style, he would not regard their petition with favor. Tsar Theodore also reformed the penal code and abolished a range of barbaric punishments, including the cutting off of hands, feet, and fingers. Prisoners who would have received these punishments were now sent to Siberia instead, where they helped to settle and develop the vast empty lands that lay beyond the Ural Mountains. Moscow, a city built of wood, used to be destroyed by fire about once every generation. In the reign of Tsar Fyodor, large parts of the city were rebuilt in stone for the first time. The state treasury offered 10-year interest-free loans to pay for the work. The Tsar would personally visit the site of fires to see the loans issued. Most of these medieval mortgages were never repaid, but they helped to build 10,000 new houses, creating a new city of stone. Finally, the system of precedence, by which the boyar nobles could inherit government posts by virtue of rank alone, was abolished. From now on, appointments would be based on merit and the Tsar's judgment. Those, as it was put, the great sovereign indicates.
People are having you, they're making requests.
The Tsar solemnly burned the great books of rank, which catalogued the pedigree and precedence of Russia's noble families, in a great bonfire in the courtyard of his palace. The Tsar had pushed a new age in which good government held precedence over the boyar's menial privileges. Tsar Fyodor was a man in a hurry. He introduced Polish fashion at court. Some courtiers even began to shave their beards. He encouraged the founding of Russia's first university based on European lines. He built a fortress at Izium to guard the southern border against Tatar raids, and opened the first state almshouses in Russian history. He began work on reforming the courts. Sometimes it seemed his illness had deserted him, but it never entirely left him. Fyodor knew it was a race against time, and there was much work to be done. War in the south against the Ottoman Turks and Crimean Tatars proved costly. It was a conflict that might have been avoided with the help of Artemon Lebedev, the Tsar's most experienced diplomat, but for now, he remained in exile. In 1677, a 100,000-strong Crimean Turkish army invaded Ukraine. It was led by a Russian-Ukrainian army with a strength of 57,000 men. Despite being outnumbered almost 2 to 1, they managed to repel the Turkish invader. The following year, the Turkish army, 200,000 strong, was defeated by a Russian army of 120,000. The Russian generals were unable to capitalize on these victories. In 1681, the Treaty of Bachchisaraj was signed between Russia, the Ottoman Empire, and Crimean Khanate. Eastern Ukraine, the city of Kiev, remained in Russian hands. The Dnieper River became the new border with the Ottomans. One buffer zone was created between the Dnieper and the River.
William, you're an absolute godsend. We love you so much.
War had exhausted the Tsar, but with peace, his health began to improve.
All right.
What's more, his beloved queen, his Tsaritsa, was pregnant with their first child.
Sing it one more time with me.
The baby was expected that summer. But their happiness was not to last.
Wow. We started with him.
There were complications with the birth. Agafia died 3 days later, on July 14, 1681.
How do you feel right
The infant son outlived his mother by just 6 days. Fyodor was thrown into despair. His always frail health now began to deteriorate with alarming speed.
Very good.
Fyodor knew he needed an heir to ensure a peaceful succession when the time came. And 7 months later, he married again. This time his bride was a 14-year-old girl named Marfa Apraxina. Fyodor did not even have the strength to stand during the wedding ceremony. Just 10 weeks later, he was dead at the age of 20. His final decline was so rapid, he didn't have time to leave instructions about his succession.
I think it's a great tattoo. The tattooist did a great job. He told me a lot about his ex, which is, he's not quite over it yet.
Fyodor had the potential to become Russia's first enlightened monarch.
Much like
Leading Russia to the main current of European civilization.
I was inside of her.
He had everything that was required.
Wow.
Education,
To think that
determination,
your ego
character,
was once against her. That's
everything.
incredible.
Except
He has an
health.
Asian penis. That's why. That's funny. They have tiny penis.
Tsar Fyodor III ruled Russia for just 5 years, but in that time he created the basis for one of the strongest armies in the world. Introduced a system of social welfare, reduced taxation, expanded the borders of his realm, transformed Moscow from a city of wood to a city of stone, and laid the foundations of a secular system of education. He proved the foundation of Russia's first university, but died before he could sign the charter. Theodore's death paved the way for a power struggle between two loyal families. Miloslavski's relatives of Tsar Alexei's first wife, late Tsaritsa Maria, and the Narushkins, the family of Alexei's second wife, Natalia. Miloslavski's candidate for Tsar was Maria's son, Prince Ivan, a 15-year-old boy, half blind and disabled. The Narushkins supported Natalia's son, Peter, healthy and clever, only 10 years old. An hour after Theodore's death, Boyar's council, with the support of Patriarch Georgi, declared Prince Peter to be the new Tsar of Russia. His mother's family, the Narushkins, seemed to have won the day. Those at court remembered one Boyar family was out and another was in. But for one person, it spelled the ruin of all their dreams.
I'll see you in the airport in the morning. How loud can this place get for my amazing guest, Derek Ocean and Asana
Sofia Alexeyevna.
Check out Spoiled,
Sofia Alexeyevna aspired to what most young women aspire to: freedom, happiness,
which is indeed a very solid show.
But her fate was not that
Thank you
of any
guys so much.
ordinary
We
woman.
love you here.
She was a Russian
Family. I'll
princess,
see you guys later
daughter of
this
Tsar
week.
Alexei,
Always fun.
sister
Drawing
of the
from
late
Ryan J.
Fyodor.
It's absolutely
In 1682,
incredible.
9 princesses lived in the Tsar's palace. They were
How loud can this place
Tatiana,
get for the best band in the land? The Kill Tony
Martha,
Band.
Sophia, Ekaterina, Maria, Theodosia,
The best goddamn
Natalia.
whiskey out there.
None were permitted to marry. No Russian man was of sufficient rank, and foreigners did not share their Orthodox faith. Princesses spent their lives in their chambers in strict isolation from outsiders. They only left the palace for church or other important ceremonies. In their carriages, they sat behind closed curtains. If they went anywhere on foot, they were shielded from public gaze by drapes held up by their attendants. Their only amusements were the swings at the palace park in summer, sledging in winter, and performances by the court musicians. Their lives were devoted to family, worship, and decor. Princesses finished their education at the age of 10. They were taught to read and write, arithmetic, and theology. Sophia begged her father to let her continue to study alongside her brother Fyodor. Their teacher, Simeon Polotsky, remembered her as curious and clever, and that she studied philosophy, theology, rhetoric, Irish, and Latin. She read widely and even wrote her own plays. Sophia's heroine was Bulgaria, a 5th century Byzantine princess who ruled as regent for her younger brother. It was once Sophia dreamed for herself. Her brother, Tsar Fyodor, had occasionally listened to her advice. No more. His death gave Sophia a long-awaited chance. Sophia was counting on her disabled brother Ivan becoming Tsar. Then she could become the Russian Bulgaria and rule for him as regent. But the Narushkins were about to thwart this plan by placing Peter, not Ivan, on the throne. So Sophia decided to intervene. Her plan centered on the Streltsy, musketeer units that were the core of the Russian standing army. There were 26 regiments, 22,500 men stationed in Moscow. Their privileges included not having to pay taxes and being allowed to carry out private business when not on active service. A private soldier was paid between 3 and 5 rubles a month, equivalent to between $600 and $1,000 today. An officer was paid 4 times as much, between 15 to 20 rubles a month, while a colonel paid between 30 and 60 rubles. Some unscrupulous colonels dipped into their soldiers' wages to augment their own pay. Streltsy wages were paid irregularly and late. Officers not only skimmed off some of their soldiers' pay, they sometimes made them work like serfs on their own estates. Streltsy had been pushed to breaking point. A situation Princess Sophia planned to use to her advantage. Meanwhile, the Narushkin's most able supporter, Artemon Matveyev, had just returned to Moscow from exile. This news persuaded Sophia to act without delay. Her supporters told the Streltsy that the Narushkins had poisoned Tsar Fyodor and strangled his son, Prince Ivan. At the insistence of Patriarch Joachim, Princes Ivan and Peter, both perfectly well, were shown to the public. But the Streltsy were out for blood. They broke into the palace, looking for the Narushkins and their supporters. Prince Ivan hid in a corner, while Prince Peter clung to Artemon Matveyev. The Streltsy pushed the young prince aside and dragged Matveyev away. A servant of the Patriarch witnessed the revolt and later described the scene. Artemon Matveyev was hacked to pieces. Boyar Yuri Dolgorukov was dragged behind the gates and stabbed to death. The next day, his body was also cut into pieces. The Streltsy ransacked the treasury and entered the Tsar's chambers with weapons, looking for boyar nobles to kill. They smashed down a door to the Patriarch's chambers and threw his steward from the window, where he hanged from the end of a rope.
I'm gonna hear for the best damn band for the land. That's the Bill Tony Band, brought to you by Screwball Peanut Butter
The Streltsy revolt traumatized young Peter. He would neither forget nor forgive.
On the horns.
The massacre lasted for 3 days. Victims included prominent Narushkin supporters, including 2 of Prince Peter's uncles, 2 government ministers, the Tsar's personal doctor, and about 100 others.
We're going to have fun tonight before we start the show. Give us a little bit more from the amazing
May 19th, the Streltsy demanded outstanding wages totaling 240,000 rubles. On May 23rd, they presented a new ultimatum. The 2 princes, Ivan and Peter, should sit on the throne together. Finally, on May 29th, they made their final demand. Princess Sophia was to become regent until Peter was of age. Russia had its Princess Bulgaria.
February 9th and 10th of 2023. I'm in Houston, Texas. Tickets available at TonyHinchcliffe.com. All these shows sell out, so don't be a doofus. Go to the website now. Get tickets while you still have.
Just 6 weeks before, Peter had been proclaimed Tsar, and the Streltsy had sworn allegiance to him. Now they had butchered his close relatives and handed power to her. The princess had used armed men to clear her path to power. She wasn't the last to do so in Russia, but she went down in history as the first. The new princess regent realized her position was extremely precarious and moved quickly to shore up her support. First, she ordered the payment of all outstanding debts to the Streltsy, even melting down some of the Tsar's silverware to meet the cost. Then Sophia gave all the key posts to her allies. The ambassador's department, which handled foreign affairs, was given to her favorite Vassily Golitsyn. The Streltsy, lighter cavalry and great treasury departments, effectively controlling the army as well as state finances, were given to Count Ivan Kovansky, nicknamed the Windbag. Kovansky, a veteran general and favorite of the Streltsy, soon realized that his new position gave him almost unlimited power, a temptation he could not resist. So began the Kovenchina, the bloody summer of 1682, when power in Moscow resided with Zelensky and his Streltsy troops.
Valued at around $70.
The Russian capital had been occupied by its own army.
Lots of awesome. You're supporting small businesses. 90%
Princess Sophia had unleashed a dangerous power struggle that threatened to topple Russia into anarchy. Thankfully, the Streltsy were not the only military force in Russia. Now, she returned to the nobles.
20% off your first monthly box when you sign up at boxofawesome.com.
On the day of the Feast of the Transfiguration, Princess Regent Sophia left the Kremlin under the guise of visiting the Donskoy Monastery just across the Moscow River. But instead, she left the city and made for the Monastery of Trinity St. Sergius, where she planned to take refuge.
Freeze Life is turning Black Friday into Green Friday with their biggest sales event of the year.
From the safety of the monastery, Sophia sent letters across the land condemning this new Streltsy revolt and summoning all loyal nobles to her aid. By the end of the 17th century, the nobleman's army or militia totaled 14,500 men. This amounted to 10% of the army. These men had received their lands in exchange for military service. Each year they were expected to turn out for review mounted on their own horse, equipped with their own arms, and accompanied by several armed serfs. They were obligated to join the army on campaign whenever required. The main part of the army, 77,000 men, or 50%, were the so-called regiments of the New Order. These were Reiter, Field, and Hussar cavalry units made up mostly of foreign mercenaries. The troops now in revolt, the Streltsy musketeers, made up 35% of the army.
Chill if it gets yeah, I used to do it with the ghetto version of this. You know, you take a bunch of snow.
Time was running out for Kavansky. His arrogant behavior had made him many powerful enemies. The Princess Regent's agents caught him in a tavern and brought him to their mistress outside Moscow.
It's really true.
He was pushed to his knees before the Princess Regent, read his crimes of treason and mutiny, and beheaded. His position as head of the Streltsy department would go to Fyodor Shevkovity, Sophia's new favorite.
That's with killer Black Friday, Cyber Monday sales going on right now. Plus, if you see something you like,
the Streltsy revolt was over. Princess Regent returned to Moscow, took residence in the Kremlin with Tsar Ivan, while Peter, regarded as the junior Tsar, moved to the palace of Preobrazhenskaya. The village of Preobrazhenskaya covered an area of 22 desyatinas or 24 hectares. A wooden palace had been built there 20 years earlier and was the furthest royal residence from the Kremlin. Moscow's foreign border lay between the Kremlin and the palace. At Preobrazhenskaya, the young Tsar Peter devoted himself to war games, forming the local boys into so-called toy regiments. They would one day grow up to become the famous Preobrazhensky Guards Regiment. A fragile balance was achieved with Tsar Peter and his mother living in their country palace, and Sophia and Tsar Ivan living in the Kremlin. A double throne was made for the joint rulers with a small window at the back. During audiences with foreign ambassadors, advisors whispered to the young Tsars through the window, telling them what to say. Peter was clever but still young, while it was much harder for his half-brother Ivan. Like many of the children from Tsar Alexei's first marriage, Ivan suffered from poor health, possibly linked to scurvy, leaving him weak and lethargic. He also had some form of intellectual disability and was almost blind. These severe health issues left him with little enthusiasm or interest in governing the state. So Princess Regent Sophia ruled, with the help of her favorite and lover, the Tsar Alexei, who now bore the grand title Guardian of the Tsar's Great Seal and the state's great ambassadorial affairs.
the show. Actually,
With Sophia's backing, Galitzin worked out a breathtaking program of reform that was 150 years ahead of its time. Its starting point was the abolition of serfdom.
Yeah, and as soon as I found that out,
But such radical ideas were impossible to realize at that time. Any attempt to free the serfs would have triggered a wholesale revolt of the nobles. Contemporaries called Vasily Galitzin the Great. He favored Western-style reforms, spoke 5 languages fluently, was a superb diplomat, and had a great breadth of knowledge. What's more, he was said to be the most handsome man in Moscow. Sophia was completely in love with him and wrote to him almost every day. In her letters, she told him how she prayed for his good health and urged him not to exhaust himself with endless work. Her gratitude, she wrote, was impossible to express. Without him, none of her achievements would have been possible. Galitzin urged Sophia to continue her brother Fyodor's reforms. She never fully grasped the need for such changes. What's more, she faced stubborn opposition from the boyar nobles. Nevertheless, it was Sophia who opened Russia's first institute of higher education, the Slavonic Greek Latin Academy, based on the institute founded by Fyodor. Its first professors were 2 Greek brothers, both of them renowned scholars. The degree took 12 years. The main disciplines were Greek, Latin, grammar, rhetoric, philosophy, and theology. The academy was situated in the buildings of the Spassky Monastery. Today, it is the site of the Russian State University for the Humanities. The academy later spawned the Lomonosov Moscow State University, the Russian Academy of Sciences, and the Moscow Theological Academy. In 1686, negotiations began with Russia's western neighbor, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Galitzin led a series of long and grueling discussions, which eventually led to the signing of a treaty of eternal peace in Moscow. This bound the kingdoms of Princess Regent Sophia and King Jan Sobieski in alliance, and was to prove the crowning achievement of Russian foreign policy in the 17th century. Russia's gains included the regions around Smolensk and Chernigov, as well as parts of eastern Ukraine, the cities of Zaporozhye and Kiev. The Treaty of Eternal Peace contained one additional clause. Russia was to join the Holy League, a military alliance against the Turkish Ottoman Empire. This obliged Russia to go to war against the Crimean Khanate, an Ottoman ally. But Galitzin was not in favor of war and wanted to delay as long as possible. Despite his misgivings, Sophia placed Galitzin in charge of the army for the forthcoming campaign. She dreamed of great victories that would unite Russia behind her and cover her beloved Galitzin in glory. No sooner had he left for the front than Sophia began to write to him. In her letters, she called Galitzin by his pen name, Vashenka, worried needlessly about his safety. It was only when she embraced him with her own arms, she wrote, that she would know peace again. In May 1687, a 100,000 strong Russian army joined forces with Don and Zaporozhye Cossacks and advanced towards the Isthmus of Perikop. They found the fields had all been burnt, leaving no food for the horses. Some said it was the Cossacks, not the enemy, who burned the land in fear of Russia's growing power. The campaign was cut short. The next year, an even bigger Russian army advanced south. The war's only battle was fought on May 15th, after which the Tatars retreated and the Russians advanced to Perikop. When the news reached Sofia in Moscow, she was ecstatic. Her letters back to Galitzin overflowed with love and adulation, and longing for the day they would be reunited. Galitzin, however, could advance no further. In fact, he was already on his way back to Moscow. The scorched earth tactics of his enemy had starved his army of food and water, leading to the loss of half his men, even though there had been no major battles. The campaign was, in fact, a complete disaster. Galitzin's role in this catastrophic defeat would not be forgotten. Later, when he was sent into exile, one of the main charges against him would be his ruinous handling of the Crimean campaign.
What else? Am I missing anything else? I went to a G-Easy concert yesterday. Okay. Did a little jig.
On the eve of the debut, he suffered the worst blow of all, the betrayal of his beloved. While Galitzin was away fighting, Sofia had fallen for another man, the cynical and scheming Fyodor Shaklovity. To flatter Sofia, he had brought the famous Ukrainian artist Alexander Tarasevich to Moscow to paint her portrait. He depicted the princess wearing a regal crown, scepter in hand, and behind her a double-headed eagle.
Well, true.
Sofia adored it. She ordered the portrait to be engraved in copper, so copies could be printed and sent to all the courts in Europe. By now, Sofia was styling herself. By the grace of God, great sovereign lady, Maya Tsarevna, great Princess Sofia Alexeyevna, autocrat of the Great, Little, and the White Russias. At state ceremonies and ambassadorial receptions, she no longer felt the need to stand at a respectful distance behind the Tsar's throne. It was said her inspiration was the English Queen, Elizabeth I. As soon as Tsar Ivan turned 18, Sofia arranged his marriage to the 20-year-old Praskovia Saltykova. Sofia was counting on the birth of a male heir who cement the Miloslavsky branch of the Romanov dynasty in power. The rival Narushkin branch had, of course, had the same idea. Peter was not quite 17 when his mother, the Dowager Tsaritsa Natalia, married him off to the 19-year-old Yevdokia Nabokina. She was neither clever nor educated, but healthy. The outcome of these marriages would shape the future of the Romanov dynasty for generations to come. Ivan and Praskovia had 5 daughters, but only 3 survived infancy: Ekaterina, Anna, and Praskovia. Anna later became Empress of Russia. Ekaterina's daughter, Anna Leopoldovna, became regent for the young Ivan VI, but he was the last male of the Romanov-Miloslavsky line. Peter and Yevdokia had 3 sons, but only the eldest, Alexei, lived. His son became Emperor Peter II, but he was the last male of the Romanov-Narushkin line. May 30th, 1689, Tsar Peter came of age. Sofia was now supposed to step down as regent, but she had no intention of giving up power. Instead, Shaklovity began spreading false rumors amongst the Streltsy regiments, claiming that the Narushkins planned to assassinate Sofia and Tsar Ivan and send the Streltsy away to garrison remote fortresses. The Streltsy were unhappy and would not risk open revolt. Then Shaklovity let it be known that those who joined his conspiracy would be paid. 2 rubles for each private, and for each officer, 100 for each colonel, plus the right to plunder the houses of their victims. Moscow was on the knife edge. On the night of August 7th, loyal Streltsy officers arrived at Peter's palace. They told him that Shaklovity was planning to use the Streltsy to murder Peter and his family. Peter reacted with horror and outrage. Before fleeing to safety, he wrote a letter to Ivan, his brother and joint ruler. Our sister, Princess Sophia, runs our country as she wills. Bandits like Shakloviti and his friends plan to murder us and our mothers. Now, Brother Tsar, we shall rule our country on our own, since we are both men. Our sister has nothing more to do with it. It is shameful, Tsar, to be men and to have someone else rule in our place. That evening, Princess Sophia received a report that Peter's palace in Preobrazhenskoye was empty. Tsar Peter, his mother, pregnant wife, and entire court had left for the monastery of Trinity St. Sergius. His so-called toy regiments, now composed of young men, followed him there, together with one loyal Streltsy regiment. Rumors began to fly around Moscow. Everyone was on edge. But quickly, the mood began to turn against Sophia.
I have been watching this for a long time and didn't want it to slip for a chance to just come on up and try. Right.
August 13th, Sophia sent an emissary to Peter, Boyar Ivan Troyakurov. The young Tsar would not negotiate. August 16th, Boyar Peter Krasarovsky visited the monastery, the same result. August 20th, Sophia begged Patriarch Joachim to visit Peter. He went, but did not return. He stayed with Peter. Boyars, officials, and even Streltsy began to flock to Peter's rival court. August 27th, Sophia left to negotiate with her brother in person. She realized that she shouldn't, that her humiliation would likely be in vain. She could not simply sit and wait. 6 miles from the monastery, near the spot where she had had the Streltsy leader Govansky executed 7 years before, she was met by Troyakurov, her own emissary from just 2 weeks ago. He handed her Peter's order and turned back.
He's really nice. He's actually that's really interesting.
August 31st, Sophia returned to the Kremlin, where she gathered the Streltsy in the square. She told them that Peter's advisors sought to divide them by inventing plots against Peter's life, but that she was confident of their loyalty to her. But her speech made little impact. Only loyal Shakloviti remained by her side. September 4th, foreign regiments under General Gordon went over to Peter's side. September 6th, the Streltsy arrested Fyodor Shakloviti and took him to Peter for sentencing.
He came up, he was like, dude, just a heads up, you smell loud. I was like, holy shit, I'm not
September 7th, Vasily Golitsyn came to see Peter. The Tsar refused to meet him, sent him into exile. September 8th, the title of Tsarevna, Royal Princess, was officially stripped from Sophia. September 9th, Troyakurov informed Sophia of the Tsar's will. She was to enter the monastery of Novodevichy and remain there for the rest of her life. September 12th, Shakloviti was beheaded by the main road outside the Trinity Monastery. October 16th, the Tsar's court, boyars and army returned to Moscow, and Peter I took up the reins of government. His elder brother, Ivan V, remained joint ruler, taking part in ceremonies and his strength allowed. But his health continued to decline. Soon, Ivan found it difficult to walk and was almost completely blind. He died 7 years later, on February 8, 1696, aged just 29. Princess Sophia lived under guard in a tower of the Novodevichy monastery. She received food from the Tsar's table, as well as an allowance of 2,600 rubles a year, the same as the other royal princesses. A small staff of servants lived with her, an old nanny, 2 clerks, and 9 maids. For 9 years, Sophia lived quietly in the monastery. reflecting on her years of power and the fate of her two lovers. One executed, the other exiled to the north. But she also continued to intrigue, exchanging secret letters with her supporters. June 1698, Peter was in Holland learning to build ships. But back home, Lord Truman led 4,000 Streltsy to kill their officers and march on Moscow, intending to restore Sophia to the throne. They were met by government troops, the Preobrazhensky Regiment, Semenovsky Regiment, the Fortov Regiment, the Foreign Regiment under General Gordon, and the Nobles Militia under General Sheen. The Streltsy were defeated at New Jerusalem, 30 miles from Moscow, and reprisals began. General Sheen conducted the initial investigation. He had 130 Streltsy hanged, 140 whipped and sent into exile, and 1,916 banished to remote regions. But in August, Peter returned to Moscow and renewed the investigation. He had another 2,000 Streltsy executed and 600 more flogged and branded. Streltsy corpses were hung from the walls of the Kremlin and Sophia's residence, the Novodovichi Monastery. Streltsy property was plundered, and even the 16 regiments that didn't take part in the revolt were disbanded.
I should have had the light. My God. Absolutely incredible. How about you, Steve Jones, if that really is your name?
Princess Sophia was forced to take the veil under the name of Susanna. Boyars close to her were interrogated and then banished to distant monasteries. Her allowance was slashed, her staff changed, and security tightened.
Okay, you gonna propose to her or anything like that? I mean, it seems like
the bodies of 3 Streltsy hung by the window of her cell for 5 months.
From Richmond, Virginia. Are you here Thursday? Yeah. I'd love to have you open up the secret show. Whoa, look at that. Incredible. You got a real gig out of it. You guys also each get a joke.
Once, she had struck terror at court, won the favor of any man she wanted, held the power to invoke and quell revolts, waged wars, and concluded brilliant peace treaties. She dreamed of becoming a real ruler, like the Byzantine princess Bulgaria, whose tale had captivated her as a child. She had defied all the odds to make her dream a reality, becoming the first Russian princess to escape her secluded existence, the first to live life and wield power. But in the end, her downfall was complete. For 7 years of rule, she spent 15 years in a monastery cell. She died in 1704, aged 46, and was buried in the cemetery of the Novodovichi Monastery. By the time of her death, great changes were sweeping over the country she had once ruled. Changes that would transform Russia forever. The history of the old Russian state was at an end. The history of a new Russian empire was beginning.
I'm not doing this goddamn stuff. There he is. Look at that. And then I'm working with kids all day. I go home and I found these one around my house. And one of them's not even half clown. I had a regular woman. Full of humor.
Peter, Tsar of Russia, was exploring the boat sheds. when he discovered a type of boat he'd never seen before. He asked the boatwright who had built this remarkable craft. He was told it was an English boat. Its construction allowed it to sail into the wind as well as away from it. Peter was amazed.
Okay, so Matt, let's talk about it. Am I talking to Matt or the clown guy?
These victories were to defy tradition, expectation, common sense, and sometimes even the laws of physics. The spirit of his reign was summed up with the words inscribed on his medals. Even the impossible is possible. Peter was 10 years old when he first came face to face with a violent mob. Rebels from the Streltsy infantry regiments dragged away his friends and relatives and butchered them like cattle. The trauma caused Peter to suffer from convulsions for the rest of his life. No one could have guessed that this terrified boy would one day sweep away the old Russia and build a new one in its place. Chapter 1. Peter I, Alexeyevich. Peter was the youngest son of Tsar Alexei I and not expected to inherit the throne. Alexei died when Peter was just 4 and was succeeded by his eldest son, Fyodor III. But when Fyodor died just 6 years later, the nobles decided 10-year-old Peter would succeed him, bypassing the middle brother, 15-year-old Ivan, who was severely disabled. After a revolt by the Streltsy regiments, real power fell into the hands of their ambitious sister, Sophia, who ruled as Princess Regent. Peter and his mother, the Dowager Tsaritsa Natalia, were sent to live on the Preobrazhensky estate on the outskirts of Moscow. There, Peter formed all the boys his own age into a toy regiment for his elaborate war games. The young Tsar was obsessed with war, not just with armies, with navies too. He took his toy regiment to Lake Bezhevo, 80 miles north of Moscow, where they learned to build and sail boats and experiment with naval tactics. Tsar Peter was remarkable in many ways, but most obviously in physical stature. At 6'7" or 204 centimeters, he towered nearly half a meter over most of his contemporaries. What's more, his gigantic body had unusual proportions. He had very long arms with massive hands, and small feet, narrow shoulders, and a small head. His face was handsome, but became contorted when he was worried or anxious, the legacy of his childhood traumas. All his life, Peter was filled with an exhausted energy. He could barely stand still, and was always looking for some exciting activity to throw himself into. Unlike his older brothers, he didn't get expert tutors. He didn't even finish his education, and made spelling mistakes his entire life. When his mother, Tsaritsa Natalia, received her restless son's letters from Lake Bezhevo, they made her both laugh and cry. This is a letter from my dearest mother, Tsaritsa and Great Duchess Natalia Kirilovna, from her boy Petrushka, who is working constantly. Thanks to your prayers, we're all well. The lake is no longer covered with ice, and all the boats are being repaired. We need rope, though. I beg you to send me 700 fathoms of rope. Then we'll be able to proceed. With that, I ask for your blessing. Peter was fascinated by everything to do with craftsmanship. By the age of 18, he knew smithing, carpentry, wood turning, then shoemaking. He studied military science, fortification, and shipbuilding, and learned German by speaking to men from the foreign quarter. This was an area of Moscow set aside for foreigners, established in 1652 when Peter's father, Tsar Alexei, ordered all non-Orthodox Christians to move to a new settlement outside the city. The new foreign quarter was built just outside the walls along the Elbe River. It was civil and home to Europeans of all nationalities. Most were military men, doctors, or craftsmen, all seeking professional opportunities in Russia.
Nah, not so much. Right now, this is like a lot of nerds. So I'm not normally nervous on a day-to-day basis. I'm not decided on how we well, yeah, a little bit of big thing, outfit.
The foreign quarter was just a few miles from Peter's palace at Preobrazhenska. Every day he saw the spires of its Lutheran churches and heard the sounds of bustling activity from within its walls. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer about how these Europeans lived, he decided to pay a visit. He would soon make himself at home. Swiss soldier Franz Lefort was an experienced officer, handsome, capable, and well-connected. He was also a society host of some note, and Tsar Peter became a regular guest at his house. Franz Lefort soon joined the Tsar's inner circle, becoming one of Peter's most trusted friends and advisors. He also introduced Peter to his servant, Alexander Menshikov, destined to become another of the Tsar's closest confidants. And then there was Anna Mons, the daughter of a Dutch wine merchant, who soon became Peter's lover. Peter became a regular visitor to the foreign quarter, learning to speak German and Dutch, dancing with girls, drinking wine, and smoking his pipe. Naturally, when his mother found out, she was horrified. In the hope of encouraging him to settle down, she decided Peter should get married. His bride was the 19-year-old Yevdokia Lupakina. She seemed an ideal match. Beautiful, sensible, and extremely pious. But just 2 months after the wedding, the new husband left for Lake Pleshevo. Meanwhile, unrest was brewing in Moscow. Princess Regent Sophia was refusing to relinquish power, and her agents were trying to incite Streltsy troops to murder Peter and his family at Preobrazhenska. When loyal Streltsy officers arrived one hot August night to warn him of the plot against his life, Peter lost his nerve. He ran out into the courtyard wearing only his nightshirt, mounted a horse, and rode off into the forest on his own. The next morning it emerged he'd ridden to the monastery of Trinity St. Sergius. He sent word for his family, his court, and all loyal troops to join him there. Nobles and generals, sick of Sophia's rule, sided with Peter. Sophia was banished to a monastery, and Peter took power.
You're a colonizing piece of shit.
His first challenge was war. Russia had recently agreed to join Poland and Austria as a member of the Holy League, an alliance of Christian states fighting the Muslim Ottoman Empire. Their ultimate goal was to capture the Ottoman capital, Constantinople. Sophia had waged 2 wars against the Ottomans' ally, the Crimean Khanate. In 1695, Peter decided to attack the Ottomans themselves, targeting the fortress of Azov, which blocked Russia's access from the Don River to the Sea of Azov. Peter would fulfill his obligation to the Holy League while winning a strategic port for Russia.
From the fucking UK. Are you in London?
For the first time, the Russian army moved not by land, but by river, traveling down the Volga and Don on specially constructed barges. Peter himself held the rank of senior artillery officer and was the army's chief gunner. At first, it all seemed just a grander version of his war games and war battles, but not for long. Two attempts to storm the fortress were repulsed, and Peter was forced to order a retreat. In winter, new vessels were built and launched from Voronezh, the Don's upper reaches. By spring of 1696, the first Russian fleet, consisting of 2 large warships, 23 oar-powered galleys, and 1,500 smaller vessels, sailed down the Don to Azov. The fortress was now besieged, not just from land, but from sea as well. Within a month, this combined assault forced the Turks to surrender the fortress. The Russians also won their first naval victory, defeating an Ottoman fleet that attempted to break the siege. Peter returned to Moscow in triumph, but he needed allies to continue his war against the Ottoman Empire. He formed a grand embassy and traveled to Europe, which he would accompany himself, traveling incognito under the name Peter Mikhailov. Peter appointed his head steward, Fyodor Ramadanovsky, to take over his duties in Moscow, conferring on him, jokingly, the title Prince Caesar. He was entrusted with the care of the Tsar's family, Tsaritsa Yevdokia, and their 6-year-old son, Prince Alexei. Peter's actions were without precedent. The court was horrified, but no one dared to object. Many years later, the engineer Andrei Nartov described the reaction in his memoirs. Ever heard or read of a ruler who, having taken the throne, left behind his crown and scepter, entrusted rule to one of his nobles, and left to wander through strange lands? It was completely unheard of, but this is what happened in Russia. At last, the Tsar got to see the world that he had read and dreamed about since his youth. Europe fascinated Peter. Not so much the art or the music, which rather bored him, but everything to do with science, technology, and industry. And he wanted to try everything with his own hands. In the Netherlands, Peter Mikhailov got a job as a carpenter in a shipyard to learn how the Dutch built their ships. In England, he also visited the docks to study shipbuilding. Foreigners didn't know what to make of him. This strange, gangly Russian wanted to go everywhere, see everything, and try for himself. He was curious about everything: how whales were hunted, how the sick were treated, how paper was made. Wherever he went, he tried to persuade specialists to move to Russia to share their expertise with his people. Some even agreed. But Peter's main goal, to find allies for his war against the Turks, failed. Europe's great powers were too busy preparing for their own war to settle the issue of Spanish succession. No one had time for an alliance with far-off Russia. But in Poland, Peter did manage to find an ally to fight Sweden, his northern rival. Augustus, king of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and elector of Saxony, was said to be the strongest man in Europe. When the two rulers met, they agreed to dine together. One observer later recalled that when King Augustus saw that a silver dish on the table wasn't clean, he picked it up and rolled it into a tube with his bare hands. Tsar Peter, thinking the Polish king was trying to intimidate him, picked up another silver plate and did exactly the same.
You were like, what type of girls would go in for?
The two rulers began picking up and bending all the dishes within reach. As they sat down laughing, Tsar Peter joked, "Brother Augustus, we bend silver fairly. but it will be much harder work to bend Swedish iron. Peter hoped that a victorious war against Sweden would allow Russia to reclaim former territories in the Baltic, particularly the eastern shore of the Gulf of Finland. This would give Russia access to the Baltic and a sea route to Europe. But Peter's festivities were interrupted by bad news from home. In the summer of 1698, the Streltsy troops, whose revolt had so scarred him as a child, rebelled once more. Rebel regiments were now marching on the capital. Moscow, they declared, will destroy the foreign quarter and beat the foreigners who reject our Orthodox faith. Moscow, come hell or high water, for we have a higher purpose. We will keep the Tsar out of Moscow and kill him for his faith in these foreigners. Peter traveled 300 miles in 4 weeks to reach Moscow. But by the time he arrived, his deputy, Fyodor Rabbi, had defeated the rebels and begun dealing with the ringleaders. 130 Streltsy were executed, 150 more flogged and exiled to Siberia. But it was not enough for Peter. He ordered new interrogations and more torture, some of which he attended personally. A public mass execution was arranged in Moscow. 800 Streltsy were beheaded in Red Square. Hundreds more were hanged from the walls of the Kremlin. Peter beheaded 5 rebels himself. Noblemen and foreign diplomats witnessed the bloodbath. Around 2,000 Streltsy were executed in total. 800 flogged and sent to Siberia. Streltsy was now a word that Peter equated only with anarchy and revolt. After the executions, he decided to make some changes, both in his own life and his kingdom. He forced his unloved wife Yevdokia to become a nun and entrusted the care of their 8-year-old son Alexei to his sister Natalia. Peter began to live openly with his Dutch lover Anna Mons. The conservative Russian nobility was shocked, but Peter didn't care.
I can't wait to hit that.
Then, Peter made it compulsory for all nobles and townsmen to shave their beards off and wear European-style clothes. The only people allowed to keep their beards were peasants, priests of the Orthodox Church, and those who paid a hefty beard tax. The fifth permit cost 600 rubles a year for a nobleman, worth about $100,000 today, and 30 rubles for a servant, or $5,000 today. Peter also forced his court to adopt European customs. Wives and daughters had to wear European dresses. Everyone had to know how to dance, to make polite conversation. Courtiers had to brush their teeth every morning, drink coffee, shun traditional Russian food like pickled cabbage, and eat more Dutch dishes. Peter reformed the calendar so that years were no longer counted from the date of creation, but from the birth of Christ, like the rest of Europe. Overnight, year 7208 became 1700. The New Year was moved from September the 1st to January the 1st. In honor of the occasion, the Tsar instructed his people to decorate fir trees, entertain their children, and go sledging. Adults, he instructed, were not to drink and fight. There were enough days of the year for that already. First New Year festivities led to a huge fire that almost burned down Moscow. Peter was not concerned. He didn't care much for old Moscow. Besides, he was preoccupied with preparations for his war against Sweden. The secret alliance with the Polish King Augustus II and the King of Denmark and Norway, Frederick IV, had now been signed. Both kings looked on Tsar Peter as the junior partner. Their adversary was the 18-year-old King Karl XII of Sweden, a lover of hunting and parades whom no one took seriously. In the spring of 1700, Augustus, ruler of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, launched an offensive in the Baltic and laid siege to the Swedish-held city of Riga. But for the King of Denmark, the war quickly took a disastrous turn when the Swedish fleet appeared unexpectedly outside Copenhagen. Unable to defend his capital, the Danish king was forced to make peace with Sweden. Soon, Augustus was forced to withdraw from Riga, leaving Peter with his ill-trained forces to face the greatest army in Europe alone.
How did it turn out? Is there a lot of animals running around? Did he have a snake?
Russian troops were besieging Narva on the Baltic coast, but they didn't have enough artillery to break down its walls. After 2 weeks, the main Swedish army began to close in. As it approached, Peter appointed the Duke de Croix as commander-in-chief and left for Novgorod. He was not there to see the outnumbered Swedish infantry attack through the blizzard and inflict a crushing defeat on the Russian army.
You do that a lot. You ever get in trouble for that?
He didn't see the surrender of his hired foreign officers. For the moment, his men cast their banners at the feet of the Swedish king. Peter had lost one army. Now, he had to forge a new one. His military reforms would create Russia's first regular army, a professional force made up of full-time conscript soldiers. Military service was required from all nobles, and peasants were expected to send one man from every 20 households who served for life. Troops were rigorously trained in drill, while Peter's toy regiment formed the basis for 2 new elite units, the Preobrazhensky Guards and Semenovsky Guards. Soldiers also received new weapons, rapiers and flintlock muskets instead of the old arquebuses. In 10 years, the Russian army was expanded to a strength of 200,000 men, supported by a force of 100,000 Cossack cavalry. Peter had created the largest and most modern army in Russian history. After the catastrophe at Narva, Peter needed to replenish the treasury quickly. He reduced the amount of silver in the coins, providing more cash in the short term, but devaluing the currency, driving prices up. He was pushing the country to the edge of another rebellion. He was making people dress up like heretics, forcing them to cut off their beards, and now forcing them to pay for his disastrous war. He realized that the Tsar who had returned from abroad was a different man. The real Tsar, it was said, was in prison far across the sea. Others openly called him the Antichrist. Peter didn't care. Instead, he ordered church bells to be taken down and melted into cannon. Peter's draconian taxes were bleeding Russia dry and triggering riots and revolts across the land. With the money paid for 2 large warships, the beginning of the Russian Baltic Fleet, and allowed him to open foundries in the Urals that were soon supplying the army and navy with modern cannon. The introduction of modern artillery, combined with the effect of reforms and spending increases, soon brought results. Russia could now wage war against Sweden as an equal. Victories followed, with the Russian army capturing the fortresses of Noteburg, Nishans, Narva, and Marienburg. On the eve of this last victory, the Tsar received bitter news. His mistress, Anna Mons, Jones, who lived with my wife for 10 years. They'd been cheating on him. The passion of their youth was long gone, but her betrayal was still painful to Peter. His loyal friend and associate Prince Menshikov helped the Tsar to overcome his heartbreak by finding him a new mistress, the beautiful and charming Marta Skavronskaya, recently liberated by Russian forces from the fortress city of Marienburg.
How many of you like it when comedians do good on this show?
Marta turned out to be the woman that Peter needed in his life. 2 years later, he brought her to Priya Brzezinskaya as his bride, where she converted to Orthodoxy and took the name Catherine Alexeyevna. This kind and gentle woman, who had once served as a housemaid and remained illiterate all her life, would bear Peter 11 children and in time be crowned Empress of Russia. For now, the Great Northern War ground on. On Air Island, where the river Neva flows into the Gulf of Finland, the Russians began to build a fort with 6 bastions. Named Peter and Paul Fortress, and guarded the first Russian port on the Baltic Sea. This was destined to be the site of a new Russian capital, St. Petersburg. In 6 months, the first foreign ship would arrive at the port. 3 years later, the first warships would be launched from the city's Admiralty shipyard. Peter's dream of dominating the Baltic Sea was within reach. The construction of the Tsar's new capital was beset with difficulties and, needless to say, hugely expensive. First, the marshes had to be drained, then numerous dams and dikes put in place to protect the land from flooding. It took 20,000 logs to build just one dike. Today, it would take 20 freight trains to deliver this much timber. Each year, 40,000 laborers arrived to help build the new city. And for the first time, the Tsar authorized the use of thousands of prisoners as convict labor. They were formed into labor battalions, working for up to 15 hours a day, and even around the clock during the white nights of summer. In 15 years, these brutal conditions would claim the lives of an estimated 100,000 workers. Europe paid little attention to Peter's victories. All they saw was a greedy Tsar of the Muscovites seizing a piece of rocky shoreline and hurriedly settling in there. They were much more interested in his enemy, Karl XII of Sweden, waging war in the heart of Europe against the Polish King Augustus. In 1706, Karl defeated Augustus, forced him to give up his throne, and then turned on Russia. The two armies met on June 27, 1709, 4 miles outside Poltava. Both monarchs led their armies in person. On the eve of battle, Karl addressed his troops. He promised them that the next day they'd meet at the table of the Tsar of Russia. He's prepared many dishes for us. Go where glory calls. Tsar Peter also spoke to his troops. Soldiers, the time has come that will decide the fate of our motherland. Do not think you are fighting for Peter. You are fighting for the state he is entrusted with, for your families, your motherland, for our Orthodox Church. The Swedish army at Poltava had a strength of 8,000 infantry, 8,000 cavalry, and just 4 cannon. The Russian army consisted of 25,000 infantry, 9,000 cavalry, and 73 cannon. The battle raged for 10 hours and ended in a brilliant victory for the Russian army. Russian losses were 1,300 men killed and 3,300 wounded. The Swedes suffered 8,000 casualties, almost twice as many as the Russians, while 4,000 were taken prisoner and 17,000 more lost during the retreat.
got in your fanny pack? Let's play a little game called What's in That Fanny
The Battle of Poltava ended 100 years of Swedish military dominance in Europe, though Karl remained a threat as long as he still commanded a powerful navy. The rest of Europe, however, was forced to recognize that Russia, long regarded as wild and backward, was now a force to be reckoned with. Peter had turned his back on Moscow, its onion domes, winding streets, and apple orchards. His favorite place in the whole world was now St. Petersburg. Peter described these boggy, windswept islands as paradise. He liked to oversee as much of the work as possible himself, including the construction of the Summer Palace, inspired by the stately homes and gardens he visited in Europe. Every day Peter spent here was a happy one, as he watched his new capital rise up around him. He ordered that every cart entering the city had to bring 3 large stones with it, weighing not less than 5 pounds. These were used to turn streets of mud into the city's first paved roads. Peter could already see the great palaces, wide boulevards, parks, and promenades that would one day make this city Venice of the North. But Peter's quest to modernize Russia was far from complete. Everything had to change. Finances, bureaucracy, laws. There was no master plan. It would be step by step, as dictated by necessity. And the most pressing need was for money. Peter's tax reform centered on the creation of a poll tax, to be paid once a year by every male subject in the realm. Peasants had to pay 74 kopecks, about $100 today, while those living in towns had to pay nearly double, 1.2 rubles, about $200 today.
What scares you?
Peasants in some parts of the country were now taxed for the first time, including inhabitants of the far north, Siberia, and the Volga region. State revenue tripled, providing Peter with the money necessary for further reforms. Peter saw his work as a sacred duty, and himself as the motherland's faithful servant. He expected the same from all his subjects, regardless of rank, from the grandest noble to the humblest peasant. To ensure the smooth running of the state, he created the post of fiscal, a secret informer who sniffed out corruption, which was then punished brutally to deter others. But bribe-taking and embezzlement remained endemic. For every 100 rubles collected in state taxation, scarcely 30 reached the state treasury. The greatest embezzler of all was the Tsar's close friend, Prince Menshikov, whose income almost equaled that of the state. Peter finally lost all patience, declaring that if someone stole even just enough money to buy himself a piece of rope, that rope would be used to hang them. Menshikov talked him down, warning that if he passed such a law, he'd soon have no subjects left. Peter was involved in drawing up statutes and charters for many new bodies, from the Academy of Sciences to the Admiralty, as well as issuing hundreds of decrees. The Tsar legislated on almost every aspect of Russian life, from the type of boot polish used to the width of cloth that was produced, profits of merchants, the proper way to construct stoves, farming implements, the correct form of wedding, the treatment of the sick, what sort of coffin should be used to bury the dead, and how many times a week a sauna should be heated. And there were more. Each new law stipulated the punishment for breaking it, a fine for talking in church, the death penalty for treason. Later, it was clear his subjects were like children who couldn't be trusted to run their lives without his supervision. He didn't ask their opinion, of course, nor did he ask the opinion of his son, Alexei, whose life he also governed in every small detail. Tsarevich Alexei was the son of Peter's first wife, Evdokia, who was banished to a convent when he was 8. He was raised instead by his aunt, Princess Natalia. Peter tried to involve Alexei in affairs of state and took him on campaign when he was just 12. The boy showed early promise with an aptitude for languages and mathematics. But Peter's bullying behavior caused Alexei to fear and eventually loathe his own father, and secretly wish him dead. The Tsar's enemies persuaded Alexei to flee to Vienna. He was signing his own death warrant. Russian agents soon found him and brought him back to face his father's judgment. The prince was terrified. Under torture, he named all those he knew to be enemies of the Tsar and renounced his right to inherit the throne. He had fled, it emerged, because he was convinced his father intended to have him killed. The prince was imprisoned in the Peter and Paul fortress. On June 25, 1718, the court found Alexei guilty of treason and sentenced him to death. The next day, the prince was found dead in his cell. The official cause of death was an apoplectic fit. The real cause cannot be proved. What is known is that the prince was cruelly tortured for days during his interrogation. The day after his son's death, Peter celebrated the 9th anniversary of the Battle of Poltava. Those close to him could see his grief. I suffer for the entire motherland, he wrote. My enemies play vile tricks against me. It's hard for people to believe in my innocence as they know none of the facts. But God sees the truth. Peter could see with brutal clarity how precarious his achievements were. If he died, everything would collapse. And the Tsar was not a well man. The opinion of Peter's doctor, Laurentius Blumentrost, was that his 44-year-old patient suffered from chronic bronchitis, inflammation of the bowels, chronic kidney disease, kidney stones, swollen liver, and damaged nerves. Peter wasn't good at following diets or cutting down on alcohol. Instead, he went to spas to take the local mineral water. Peter was now spurred on by a sense of his own mortality. First, he needed to end the Great Northern War, now in its 20th year. Even after Karl XII fell in battle, Sweden would not make peace and refused to recognize Peter's Baltic conquests. Russia would first have to defeat Sweden's navy. In 1714, at Gemgut, Russian galleys won their first victory over the Swedes. 6 years later, at Grendel, he captured 4 Swedish frigates. Sweden then signed an alliance with Britain, and a joint Anglo-Swedish squadron approached Russia's Baltic Fleet base at Revel, and was then forced to withdraw. In 1721, the war ended with the Treaty of Nystadt. Sweden recognized Russian ownership of Ingria, which became the province of St. Petersburg, Livonia, Northern Latvia, and Southern Estonia, Estland, now Northern Estonia, and part of Karelia. Russia had its Baltic Sea allies, and with it, the status of a European power. Russian Senate asked Peter to accept the title Father of the Nation, Peter the Great, Emperor of all Russia. The moment marked the end of the Russian Tsardom and the birth of the Russian Empire. But what future for the House of Romanov? Few of Peter's children had survived infancy. His heir Peter died at the age of 3. He had 2 adult daughters, Anna and Elizabeth, and a grandson, little Peter, son of the late Tsarevich Alexei. But Peter didn't want the boy to succeed him yet, fearing he would become the puppet of his enemies, who would try to undo all his reforms. Peter decided to change the ancient customs of succession. He issued a decree allowing a ruler to choose their successor. Let the ruler be always free, it said, to choose to whom they will give their inheritance. In the spring of 1724, at the Cathedral of the Assumption in the Kremlin, Peter solemnly crowned his wife, Catherine, as Empress. Did it mean he intended to leave the throne to her? The Tsar made no mention of the matter. Soon after the coronation, Peter learned that Catherine had been unfaithful to him, and that her lover was the brother of his former Dutch mistress, Anna Mons. It was a heavy blow. Catherine was Peter's greatest love and closest companion. She was the only one able to calm his outbursts of rage. The German diplomat, Count Henning Friedrich Vassevich, witnessed such a scene more than once. He used to have fits, caused by a dark thought entering his head, that someone was trying to kill him. These episodes were a nightmare for those closest to him. They knew a fit was coming when his mouth started to shake. They would immediately send for the Empress. She would start talking to him, and the sound of her voice calmed him down. She used to make him sit down, and would then take his head in her hands, brushing it gently. It was like magic. He'd fall asleep in a matter of minutes. So as not to disturb him, she'd hold his head against her chest and sit without moving for 2 or 3 hours. After that, he'd wake up, fresh and invigorated.
Did you have anything for David? My name is Amy Schumer. I'm a black woman.
Peter had never been a faithful husband. On campaign, he would vet the servants and the soldiers' wives, and even established a set fee for their services, 1 ducat per night. Nor did the ladies of court escape the Tsar's attention. In his father's day, women were kept out of sight. Now, instead of being treated like slaves, it was said they were worshipped like goddesses. The many sudden changes to Russian customs, social norms, and dress were soon being blamed for a collapse in morality. The Tsar himself set a terrible example. His lovers included Mary Hamilton, a lady-in-waiting, Countess Abdolcha Chernyshova, Countess Maria Rumyantseva, the Romanian Countess Maria Cantemir, and Elizaveta Sinyavskaya, all of whom slept with Peter with the full knowledge of their fathers or husbands. Catherine had tolerated all of the Tsar's affairs, never reproached him for them, but that was expected. Peter had Catherine's lover arrested and charged with accepting bribes to avoid public disgrace. The investigation was swift. He was found guilty in 5 days and dead in 8. Peter had his severed head preserved in alcohol and placed in a jar. Then, it was rumoured, he delivered this gruesome gift to Catherine's chambers in person. Emperor and Empress did not speak for nearly a year. They neither dined nor slept together. But in the autumn of 1724, Peter's health suddenly got worse. He continued to ignore his doctor's advice. Now he would pay the price. On January the 16th, Peter was too ill to leave his bed. He called for the Empress. They talked for 3 hours. All that time, Catherine knelt beside him. At last, they made peace and forgave each other. The next day, Peter was in excruciating pain, but the doctors could provide no relief. His screams echoed through the palace. Catherine did not leave his bedside. On January 22nd, in between fits, Peter confessed his sins. 5 days later, he asked for a desk to write his will. He didn't know that in the next room, generals and senators were discussing the succession. For many of them, it was a matter of life and death. One half, Dukes Dalgaruki, Elixir, and Rabbi, were for the 10-year-old Peter, late Prince Alexei's son. The other half, new men like Menshikov and Tolstoy, who led the investigation against Prince Alexei, feared his son would seek to avenge his father. They wanted the Empress to take the throne.
It's unnecessary.
Peter wrote just 2 words: give everything. And fainted. At 4 a.m., the Senate decided the throne must go to Catherine. She was still at the Tsar's bedside. At 5:10, he died in her arms.
Just another white male truck, another white dude with a beard, another white guy in a truck, trying to blow up shit. That's right.
Is your job a little bit dangerous at times?
Yeah, we're dumb.
Right. Yeah. But you're not, Bob. What are some dumb things that you've done before in your life? You're 27 years old. You're from Austin, Texas. The first place of
Born Tsaritsa to succeed her husband caused a stir. But nothing to do with Peter's reign could shock the Russians anymore. She would be Russia's second female ruler in 30 years. And there was great sympathy for Catherine. Her life was a fairy tale. A housemaid who'd captured the heart of a Tsar, become his queen and empress.
I believe you. And so she asked me for money for about 10 miles, and when I said no, she kept screaming she was going to die. And then we did a U-turn. She said, hey, right here's 5, and then underpass. And then she got out and she screamed, I love you. And slammed my door and just sprinted into the woods. So, yeah, these women are amazing. Yeah, women are literally amazing.
Catherine the First, Alexeyevna.
How are my sisters?
The Empress knew nothing about ruling a state. She couldn't even read and write. The only thing she ever mastered was how to sign her own name. But that was enough to authorize the founding of a Russian Academy of Sciences, as Peter had always dreamed, and to authorize Vitus Bering's expedition to the Far East. Although Catherine left the governing to others and devoted herself to parties and drinking, she drank ferociously. Many lovers danced till dawn. The typical day for the Empress began when she rose from bed. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. She dined at 8, then took a walk in the summer garden. She usually went to bed at around 10 o'clock the next morning. Her court was dominated by the serene Count Alexander Danilovich Menshikov. It was he who had first introduced Catherine to Peter. Then he had put her on the throne. Now he held the reins of power. He ruled through a new body, the Supreme Privy Council. Formally, its role was to advise the Empress, but in reality, it ran the country. Catherine didn't attend the council meetings. She had no interest. She listened to its reports, but for no more than half an hour. Any longer gave her a headache. The Empress's dissolute lifestyle soon led to serious health problems. She put on weight and suffered from kidney disease and a heightened pulse.
It was like 3-4 months ago, I went over there and
it was plain to see that Catherine would not live much longer. So Menshikov began to plan for the future, persuading the Empress to sign a will by which Prince Peter would inherit the throne, but only after he married Menshikov's daughter. On May the 6th, 1727, Catherine the First died. She would be remembered as a kind and merry Tsaritsa, and a loyal companion of Peter the Great.
Let's check in with our resident black guy.
Many have believed that without Peter the Great's iron will, Russia would revert to being a second-rate power on the margins of Europe. But Peter's reforms had created an unstoppable momentum of their
real
own.
black guy behind him just watching everything that's happening right now.
In St. Petersburg, palaces were rising along the shores of the Baltic.
Black police officer.
Gardens were planted and wide boulevards paved. They were the first in Russia to be lit by oil lamps.
Rare black police officer.
Cannon-armed Russian warships stood out at sea, while Russia got its first printed newspaper, Vaya Domestic, with a circulation of between 200 and 4,000. Merchant goods travelled from St. Petersburg to Moscow along newly dug canals. Advanced schools of artillery, medicine and navigation were opened, and the Academy of Sciences established. In the Urals, 9 foundries produced 7 million pounds of cast iron a year and 200,000 pounds of copper. They supplied Russia's new armaments industry, turning out muskets and cannon for what was now one of the largest, most powerful armies in Europe.
Jesse Pinkman, that's my name. Mr. White.
Wow.
Peter had dragged Russia from the Middle Ages into the modern world. But his new state would now have to prove its resilience and weather the storm of dynastic crisis and intrigue. It would be 40 years before there was another Russian ruler to match Peter the Great.
This little boy that plays the dentist in Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer with Claymation. Alright. Okay, you guys still hanging in there? We're doing this shit, huh? 60 seconds on your river goes to Robert Ball, everybody. Robert Ball. Robert Ball. Here he comes. Walking briskly to the stage. Make some noise for him, everybody. One more time for Robert. I'm not a great religious man. But ever since Roby Vegas overturned, I've never wanted to shoot blanks this badly. Even more than Alec Baldwin.
The court of 18th century Imperial Russia was a place of etiquette and excess, stunning balls and carnivals, jesters and fireworks. The most popular dance was the quadrille, in which the dancers constantly changed their partners. Around these courtiers spun a huge Russian empire, its rulers coming and going like partners in the dance. This was Russia's age of palace revolutions.
Very good, Robert. Very good. How's it going? This is your first time on the show, correct? Yeah.
The year 1727, 2 years after the death of Peter the Great. Peter had forged an empire through iron will and firm rule. Without him, it seemed to have lost its purpose. State revenue was collapsing. Ships stood unfinished in the shipyards. The army lacked vital equipment. Government bureaucracy was riddled with corruption. The Supreme Privy Council ruled the state. It consisted of a handful of nobles who chiefly looked after their own interests. And on the throne, 12-year-old boy. Chapter 1, Peter II Alexeyevich. Peter II was the son of Prince Alexei and the German princess Sophie Charlotte of Brunswick-Lüneburg, making him the grandson of Peter the Great. His mother died soon after childbirth. His father, when he was just 2. His older sister Natalia was his only close family. Peter seemed unlikely to inherit the throne, as Peter the Great had two other sons, Peter and Paul. But they both died in infancy, making Peter the last male of the Romanov dynastic line. Peter was born into an environment devoid of love or affection. His parents cared little for each other, while his father lived in terror of his grandfather, Peter the Great. Indifferent nursemaid gave him wine to stop him crying. His tutors were not much better. He was taught some German and Latin, but that was the extent of his learning. Even his Russian was bad. Nevertheless, by the age of 7, he was well acquainted with the lavish entertainments of Greece. Young Peter wasn't interested in the army, the navy, or science, only in having fun. He didn't worry those around him. On the contrary, it served their interests. They wanted a Tsar they could control, a Tsar who was in their pocket. It was only a question of whose pocket he ended up in. When Peter II became emperor in 1727, he was immediately taken under the wing of His Serene Highness Alexander Danilovich Menshikov. He'd been a close friend and associate of Peter the Great, and his widow, Empress Catherine I, who was the most influential man in Russia. Shortly before Catherine's death, Menshikov had persuaded the Empress to sign a will that made young Peter her heir. There was one condition. On coming of age, Peter was to marry Menshikov's daughter, Maria. Then Menshikov's control of the young Tsar would be total. Of course, no one asked for Peter's opinion on any of this. Soon after his coronation, the 12-year-old Peter found himself engaged to a 16-year-old Maria Menshikova. The Emperor's bride received the title Imperial Highness and an annual allowance of 34,000 rubles. Peter II found his fiancée deeply uninteresting. In his letters, he referred to her as the stone statue or the porcelain doll. Meanwhile, Menshikov moved the young Tsar into his own St. Petersburg palace, to shield him from any unwanted external influence, and assigned him a governor, Baron Andrei Ivanovich Osterman, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. But the Emperor's studies didn't last long. Menshikov suddenly fell seriously ill, and in his absence, Peter fell in with a young rake, Ivan Dolgorukov, who encouraged him to flee Menshikov's stifling supervision. The Tsar quickly fell under the influence of Dolgorukov and his powerful family, who were bitter rivals of Menshikov. With their encouragement, he and his governor, Baron Osterman, moved out of Menshikov's palace and into the Peterhof Palace. He also broke off his engagement to Maria Menshikova. Soon, a special commission found Menshikov guilty of embezzling state funds. He was stripped of all his titles, honors, estates, and property, and sent, with his family, into internal exile in Siberia. Dolgorukov's, with the wily Baron Osterman, now held the reins of power. The sovereign, Tsar Peter, was free to indulge in his new favorite sport, hunting. Unlike his great-grandfather, Alexei I, who loved falconry, Peter II hunted without any expertise or knowledge. It didn't matter to him how or what he hunted. What mattered was riding fast and making a lot of noise.
Congratulations. You ended on a big applause break there, so I'm going to give you one of these big
This would have been entirely natural for his age. It hadn't been for his constant drinking sprees. Nobody cared about his health, except his sister Natalia. She was the only person who truly loved the boy emperor and tried to stop him drinking. But, aged just 14, she died of tuberculosis. With no one to stop him, Peter began regularly binge drinking with his guards. He was tall and well developed for his age. Women were also made available to him. Peter then fell in love with his aunt, Elizabeth, daughter of Peter the Great. Nobody was going to let Peter marry Elizabeth. First of all, the church prohibited marriages between such close relatives. Second, Ivan Dolgorukov had already chosen a bride for him, his sister Catherine. To sway the emperor's decision, Ivan provided proof that his aunt Elizabeth was already in love with an officer of the guards. The hot-headed teenager felt that Elizabeth had betrayed him, made a point of turning his attention to Catherine Dolgorukova. Once more, the Tsar found himself a pawn in other people's games. While the court was absorbed in imperial love matches, the vast Russian Empire was left virtually leaderless. State finances were in chaos. The army was disintegrating. Russia's international standing was in freefall. European ambassadors reported on the situation in Russia. It makes no sense to make an alliance at this time. The Tsar thinks only about his own amusement. His officials think only of how to ruin each other. Everybody lives without a care. It's unclear how such a vast state can maintain itself without any support. Russia's huge bureaucracy had been left to fend for itself, because the body that was supposed to wield power in Russia had effectively ceased to function. The Supreme Privy Council had been established by Catherine I to help her rule the empire, or to be more exact, to rule it for her. Officially, it was only supposed to advise the monarch, but in reality, it was now governing Russia. During Peter II's reign, 6 nobles sat on the Supreme Council: Count Gavrila Golovkin, the Galitsky's Prince Dmitry and Prince Mikhail, the Dolgorukovs, Prince Vasily Vladimirovich and Vasily Lukich, and Baron Osterman. Peter, now 14 years old, had no idea about the problems his country faced, and the Dolgorukovs did everything to keep it that way. The father, Prince Alexei, using his son Ivan to keep Peter distracted. They intended to make the emperor their puppet and turn the clock back by undoing all Peter the Great's modernizing reforms. Peter had already agreed to stop new naval construction, persuaded it was a waste of money, and moved the capital from St. Petersburg back to Moscow, where the hunting was far superior. Only a few steps remained.
Chewie, remind us, what do you do for a living? Where are you from?
In November